Now, Sir Ivan, if you will press this switch over, when I say now, that will open our station. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Thank you very much.
So hi guys, welcome to my little show. There is no guest today, or is there? We shall find out later on. So I'll do the disclaimer first. So this is a live show. This is me in my room for the next 2-3 hours. Because it's quite a long show, obviously I'm going to be doing some things that some people may not approve of. Things like drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, eating food. Maybe the occasional naughty word might come out. Hopefully nothing too bad. But this is me in my natural habitat. So let's say if you're not happy with that, I don't care. So we are going to be doing some more of my diamond painting today. We are doing the Flixbus coach, however you want to call it. So yeah, let's have a little look. I have some apologies to make as well. I do apologise for the lack of stream on Friday. I'll just say there was a lack of stream on Friday. So my night didn't go too well, actually. My friend actually didn't turn up. Plus, I managed to get drunk anyway, which is why there was no stream on the Saturday. So this is my diamond painting. What I've been doing since the last stream is I was working in little ruler lengths. As you may know, I was working them up there. But to be honest with you, having one up there and one down, it was getting really difficult to work with. So I brought this side in to make like a small triangle. Now, I have got the camera up a little bit to show you what I've done. But this is where I actually am. This is there's the top of the light board. So this is where I'm working. And it's quite a comfortable working area. So what I do is I bring in this side, and then I bring in this side and then the next bit. And it gives me a nice little comfortable area. I am about 2 inches away, maybe 1 or 2 more rows from bringing this up so much that the bottom of the diamond painting is actually on the light pad, which is causing a bit of a problem at the moment because where I keep leaning, it's obviously affecting things. And you can now see the bottom of you see the front of the bus coming in. What I thought was quite interesting, and I don't know if it's because I was been watching a lot of Game of Thrones and House of the Dragons, but there's been a bit of an invasion of the green, and it's one of those invasions where it's kind of started off quite cute. The green coming in here, nobody really noticed it as green and acknowledged it as green that much because it was a grey green. This is going to sound really crazy, but please go with me. You've got some green up here and you've got this nice green here, which because it's produced the destination blind, we're all like, oh, that's lovely, that's lovely. But on the whole, it's brown and it's blue. And then as we start to get to about here, there's some definite green coming in. And what I've noticed, every now and again, there's a couple of flecks of real proper green coming in there, quite a bit there. And as we get further down, and this is like the initial green coming in, and we all know it's coming. It's kind of like winter is coming. Can you see that once we hit there, and I'll do this level with me because the camera doesn't show the straightness or lack of. This is actually parallel. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a bit of a force coming in there. Once we get to about there, it's full on green. Probably sounds a bit crazy me talking like that, but it's kind of how it's come in. And we've got so used to the blue and the brown. I mean, I have been worried about some of the I think this is all I've got left of this color, and this pink, that's all I've got left, and it's feeling like I might be a bit worried about it. This one as well, this green, but once we get to about here, this bit is finished off, none of that is going to be needed, because obviously we've got a few more blues and a bit more grays coming in, but this part, if you take this bit out, all of this is all that's left on the grays. Anyway, that's sounding a bit weird now, so let's get this camera set up so you can see what I'm working on. So what I'm planning to do today, I'm going to try and do a little bit more than I normally do. There's this bit is the next square to do, and then I'm just going to bring that square over one, and then we'll do this, and then that leaves us, because you notice that where the squares come in, it's not an exact number of squares across, so you've got this much over. So we're going to end up with a little square there and a little square there and a little square there. So there's my two rulers that I'm doing today, and then we'll just fill those in, and then all of this will be done. And then I'll probably do a little bit off course, probably do quite a lot off camera tomorrow, to be honest with you. Right, so gold star comment of the day, first comment of the day goes to Love Mins. Welcome all, higher penny. So how are you, my good friend? So let's get some backing paper removed. Now I have been cutting the squares so that all we have to do is just lift the backing paper off, and just the amount of backing paper comes off that I actually need. You'll see that there's little tiny strips all over the place. That's where I've been cutting squares and revising it and stuff like that. But as you'll see, I have now got, this has come off in about 6 pieces where I've had to revise it all the time. But once we get to about, we are now actually more than halfway done, because there's the halfway mark there. And I have got one criticism of this, where the half doesn't meet properly, there's a little bit of a gap. And I found that there's 1 or 2 drills that aren't sticking well, because this bit sticky is this little tiny slit. You see that little sliver there? Because that's been exposed, where it's been come into contact with things, it's kind of lost its sticky a little bit. But that's one of the trials and tribulations of a larger diamond painting. So let's place that on there, and we can crack on. Where's my cheat sheet? One cheat sheet. And then I'm going to put these across here, I think, this time. I've been using them to my right, and they're a little bit awkward. So in fact, I'm going to put that to one side as well, so I can have my actual working tools there and everything else above me or to the right of me, to the left. So 3072. Where's my tray? So let's crack on with the 7s. And what I don't know if I've done this on camera, but one way that I've been working is, once I finish the bit with the ruler on and I take it off, I actually then place the ruler on the next square, so that I'm working on the first half of one square and the second half of another, and that seems to be going quite well. I had a comment from someone the other day, and I'd be interested to know everyone else's answer. Someone said to me, I find it quite strange that you do it square by square. And they said, I do colour by colour. Now, is that something that you guys do? Or does it depend on, I can't imagine doing this whole thing just one colour and then going over it again and doing another colour. But I can see how you would do that if it was a smaller one. So if you can get the whole thing onto a light pad, that's probably not an unreasonable way to do it. So I don't know, I'd be interested to know what everybody else does. What are we up to? W's. www.415. So like I said, we've haven't got Natasha with us at the start. She's all I really know is she's on a bus somewhere. That's all she's told me. Obviously people have a life, but she'll be with me later on. Now she says about 3 o'clock, but she's on a bus, so that could be anything between 2:30 and 6:30. You know what buses are like. So what have I been up to? So Friday I went out and I bought absolutely loads of food. So as you know, a friend of mine was supposed to be coming round. Facebook was going mad now. Just had a message from Natasha. On bus now, so shouldn't be too long. So yeah, like I say, that could be anything between 2:30 and 10:30 or something. Yeah, so I was supposed to be having this friend come round Friday night, and so I went out and did loads of shopping. Got most of it done within about 10-15 minutes. I just basically went to the freezer shop, party food aisle, and just went, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do. 60 quid's worth of food I bought. And then I had it all packed in like a shopping trolley, you know, this sort of thing that the old ladies have. I'm not ashamed to say I use a shopping trolley. It's a lot easier than buying carrier bags, and it then also means I don't have to, I don't live too far from the shopping centre, so I have this thing where I'll walk to the shopping centre because I think, oh, the walk will do me good. And then what happens is I buy so much stuff, I end up buying carrier bags, and carrier bags are not cheap anymore. I think when the ruling that you have to charge for them came in, it was something like 5p a bag, and then the price had gone up to 10p a bag, and then it went up to about 50p a bag. And now they don't do little bags anymore. They do these big reusable ones at £1.50. And you know, if you buy 2 or 3 bags worth of shopping, that's an extra 3 quid on your shopping, isn't it? And I know that may not be a lot to some people, but it soon adds up. And so I took my trolley, and but as I say, once I start buying these carrier bags, I can't get home with them because of the weight. So I end up getting a taxi. So by the time I bought 2 or 3 carrier bags and got the taxi home, it's not far off a tenner. And I'm like, well, I should have just took my car and paid £1 for the car parking. So took my trolley, and actually I took my trolley and my car. But anyway, went to the shop. I went to this other shop to get some, I was going to get wine, which I don't know why, because I'm not a wine drinker. But I got to the shop and I said, oh, can you recommend me on a few bottles of wine? And she said, no. I said, why not? She said, because it's illegal to sell alcohol before 10 o'clock in the morning, which I can understand why. But it just seems a bit of a silly rule, really, because if you're doing your shopping, you know, if you're someone like me who likes to get out shopping early, then, you know, pre 10 o'clock is when I'm going to be buying alcohol. So bit inconvenient, but I suppose that's the government's way of trying to prevent drunk people. But doesn't that just stop people from being drunk in the morning and just make them drunk in the evening? I don't know. So I have shopping trolley with 2 wheels. That's exactly what I've got. It's got 2 wheels and a little stand. I've seen the ones with the sets of 3 wheels that as you put them up curbs, they kind of rotate. Well, I think my diamond painting came, but rainy out and I'm a bit sick, so walking to mailbox, not in the cars. Yes, because you've got an American mailbox, haven't you, where you have to walk all the way to the bottom of the garden and pick it up. In Britain, they post things through the letterbox in your house, which is a little bit more convenient. So yeah, so anyway, so no alcohol, so I had to go back down the shopping centre later on. And I've got my new glasses ordered. And it's quite good actually, because the woman I got helped me this time. She said, look, do you mind me saying, I think we've got a couple of pairs that would look a little bit better on you. So she found another pair, which was actually 40 quid cheaper than the pair of glasses I'd picked. And then we went through everything. It turns out the other lady had put the prices in wrong. So my glasses didn't come to £571. They actually came to 482, which means that this healthcare plan that I'm in, they only pay £500 tops. So I was thinking that I was going to have to pay like £71 out of my own money. But now obviously they're going to cover the full cost. So that my glasses have been sorted out. So they'll be with me 2 weeks on Tuesday, because we have to make an appointment to have them fitted to our face, as you do. And they won't be ready before next Friday, because I ordered on a Friday. It takes 2 weeks, but I'm working Friday, Sunday and the Monday. So I've made the appointment for the Tuesday. So that's coming then. And then a couple of other things happened, which is why I ended up not streaming, which, if you don't mind, I'm not going to go into. I've lost which. Oh, right. 3799. There we go. I had an incident the other day where I muddled my. What did I muddle up? Right, I muddled my J's and my M's. I don't know if you can see there, but my J's are 3064 and my M's are 3864. And I ended up putting. Thankfully, there's not really a lot of difference between the two. There's a little bit of difference, as you can see, but they're still light browns, aren't they? And I went through, I think it was around about here, and I went through a few of them, and I picked a lot of them out, and I picked out some drills that were actually correct in the first place, and then had to replace them. But I don't think it looks awful. So I might have got a few. There might still be a couple wrong, but because it's sort of a blending thing, so I'm being a little bit careful when I pick up the drills. I mean, there's the obvious ones where you got I think I had it the other week where I was supposed to be getting a dark blue, and I'd actually picked up a light grey or something. So yeah, so anyway, so I sat in, I got back and I thought, well, this trolley, it's by having it was all frozen food in this trolley, and I left it in my hallway because I didn't have room in the freezer. And I just thought, well, the fact it's cold and I'm not opening it will keep it cooler. And by the time Friday evening come, it had all been half defrosted. And turns out my friend didn't come. So, and it was one of those reasons that I'm going to be honest with you. I think she just didn't want to come. I think she bottled out. I think she's got a few mental issues that I've got, which is you fully intend to do something or go somewhere, and then you know it'll do you a lot of good, and then you just can't. You bottle it right at the end. And she told me she fainted and had to go to hospital, and that would explain why she didn't tell me earlier. And you know, it's one of those things. I'm not going to judge her, because you know, I could sit here judgy and going, well, yeah, I think that was all a load of crap. But what if it wasn't? So yeah, so that left me with about basically I could have had a party for 10 people, 20 people, and they wouldn't have gone hungry when they left. So we've still got some of the food left. So the tactic is to the stuff that's a little bit more time sensitive, like chicken, that got cooked off fairly quickly. And then obviously once you've cooked chicken, you've got a couple of days. And then there's some stuff that we can keep for a little bit longer. Things like mozzarella cheese sticks, stuff like that. that obviously has a bit of a longer health life. So yeah, guess what I've got for me dinner when I go back to work? Party food. Well, been eating chicken wing. Tell you what I did have for the first time though was, oh, I'll tell you what was lovely. So I did buy these purposely for the lodger, but it said to me the other week he's never had scampi, so I did buy him a bag of scampi. That was more for him to try, and he absolutely loved it. And I also bought tempura prawns. Now don't laugh, especially considering that I'm allegedly a trained chef. I always thought tempura was like perhaps an area or something. You know, you get like oriental chicken stir fry, and obviously it means it's done in a geographic regional style, as opposed to a British stir fry or something. I always thought tempura was the same. I didn't realize until recently that tempura was a type of batter. I actually discovered it a while back when I had tempura chicken, and I found out that it was chicken. So yeah, so don't laugh, but I'd never come across it before. But we had these tempura king prawns, and they've got just a little bit of the tail sticking out. And I remember saying to the lodger, "Don't eat the tails." He went, "What, can I not eat?" I said, "No, it's the tail." So where are we up to on the right? I have much stronger name for where they put it, where they butt the box. Oh, cheap price on glasses, always great news. Yeah, so me posh glasses, and I am justifying the cost of my glasses. I know it's a lot of money and it's a lot of features, but I don't think there's anything vanity or anything. You've got this. I had it with these actually. I don't know if I've got more of them back. There we go. So these are my very old glasses. In fact, they might actually be the same. Yes, they are the same as these. So these are my current glasses, which are an absolute mess, and they're varifocals. Now, when I was first diagnosed, when I first got told I need, well, they say you need bifocals. I'm not having bifocals because you got this horrible line and you have a solid bit. With varifocals, it kind of varies. It gradually goes from one lens to another. Now, these are some special driving lens. So what they've done is they've shifted the focal points a little bit so that where you're naturally looking when you're driving is where, you know, where the driving lens is. Your reading lens is then pushed down a bit, and then the bit in between is a little bit more focused so that you can see the dashboard. So you don't actually need to move your head while you're driving, rather than it being one lens and another. Now, these are VDU lenses, so it actually pushes the reading up a little bit. So it's all designed so that if you're behind a VDU screen a lot more, these are the better glasses to have. I thought these would be the better ones for when I'm hobbying, but in actual fact, they're not that good. So I think with hobbying, I'm better off with the driving lens. So as a result, I've hardly ever worn these. It's not too bad because I'm trying to think what I was trying to say. At the time I got these, it was buy one feature, get one free. This time round, it's you've got to pay for them both. So this time round, I've gone for the driving lens in both. I'm still getting used to having after about 3 or 4 years, I'm still getting used to having varifocals. What I notice is that when I have when I look at my mobile phone, I should just shift my head and be able to read my phone. But what I end up doing is I bring my phone right close to my face, which is something that I'm, you know. The next feature I've got is reactions, so reaction lenses, so that when it gets sunny, you'll get an automatic tint, and they'll go like sunglasses. but because that's triggered by UV, sorry, I just had a message from another friend. I gave her some food yesterday and she said it was yummy. Because the reaction lenses are triggered by the UV in the sun, and car windscreens and bus windscreens have a UV filter, reaction lenses don't work inside a vehicle. So my second pair has got polarized lenses, so they're basically prescription sunglasses. And also you can't see it because I paid the extra, but this lens there is about twice the thickness as of this one. So I've paid for thinning. Otherwise the weight, especially if you've got plastic glasses, the weight of the lens over time, it kind of warps the arms. You see, I don't know if you can see, but those arms are perfectly in line. Whereas if I hadn't had the lens thinning, this would be maybe up in the air and I'd look like Benny Hill or something when my glasses are all cocked. So, and they're all features for work. So, you know, obviously having good vision while I'm driving a coach. The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed with, in the old days of reaction lenses, over time they get darker. So when like if it's completely dark, you end up with like a tint on your lens, which is obviously handy if you're doing night driving. When you get a car headlight, that tint just takes the edge off the hurt. You know, when lights are so bright they hurt your eyes, that tint just helps. Unfortunately, where they've improved reaction lenses over time, they do go completely clear again. And I was thinking about having a tint added on to the reactions, but apparently that mucks the lens up a little bit. Right, so Laura Robson, hello, how are you? She says, hey. So Laura Robson's watching from Facebook. So you might see me read out a few comments which you won't see on Facebook, and that's because we've got 3 different platforms. We've got 2 people watching from Smith Speed's Facebook group, none from Crafting with Friends, and 2 from Penny's Pit Stop. So if I do read comments out that you can't see on the platform that you're watching, then that's because they come from a different platform. But I have a great idea. If you subscribe to my YouTube channel, not only can you see all the comments, it's actually scientifically proven that people who subscribe to my channel are actually smarter and much higher IQ. So there you go. You can't argue with science, can you? And apparently they're also better looking. You know, I'm not a scientist. I didn't do the research. I just enjoy the results. So yeah, I did get some alcohol for Friday as well, and I just, in the end, I'm just like, you know what, sod it. So I did end up having 4 bottles of flavored cider, which is a lot for me, and as a result, I was kind of out of action for the majority of Saturday. But we kind of prepared for that anyway, didn't we? But I thought I was going to be sharing about 4 bottles of wine. And in the end, I had 4 bottles of cider to myself. So I had, my friend was taking the mickey out of me because what I did was you got this company called Brothers, and they make this cider and they do these interesting flavors. And I've had their marshmallow flavor before. So I knew I'd like that. So I bought 2 bottles. They also had toffee apple flavor, which I think I've had but can't remember. So I bought 1 bottle of that, and a flavor I've never seen before, cherry bakewell. Now, I worked on the basis that the marshmallow, it tastes like you're drinking marshmallows with apple. And once I had the toffee apple one, I remembered I have had it before, because it does taste exactly like toffee apple. That is exactly what you think you're drinking. Liquid toffee apples. And surprise, surprise, the cherry bakewell, it actually tastes like you're drinking, guess what? Cherry bakewells. It's absolutely amazing. So maybe that's a bad thing to have. You know, when alcohol's so nice, you want another one. That's kind of the situation I found myself in on Friday. You know, oh, that's really nice. Let's have another one. You know, maybe if I'm at the point where I'm just drinking like White Lightning. I don't know if that's a worldwide thing or just a British thing, but White Lightning is a cheap, nasty cider. It's a get drunk quick and cheap kind of thing. I'm absolutely convinced it's designed for the underage drinkers, because obviously kids don't have loads of money, so they want to get drunk as quick as possible. Because apparently that's what you have to do as an underage kid, is get drunk. So there's nothing exciting, there's nothing nice about White Lightning. In fact, I'd be very surprised if there's anybody over the age of 18 who actually drinks White Lightning, because once you reach the age where you can legally buy it, you don't really want to buy it because you know it's awful. Yeah, when you're drunk, and when you don't drink much, you don't need to buy so much, do you? Because you get drunk quicker. But yeah, what's the one? There's quite a few in Scotland where I think they just exist just to get drunk. Buckfast is one. It's kind of a fortified, spirity, winey stuff, and that seems to be a big seller in Scotland. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not letting me, but I will try Smiths and try. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Laura Robson says it's disgusting. Yeah, it is disgusting. But I am absolutely convinced that, see, when you're in front of your mates, you're not going to admit it's disgusting. You'll just drink it. And if someone else has bought it, well, that's even more reason to drink it, isn't it? Because you've not had to pay for it. So, yeah, I'm just convinced. I don't know. In America, do they have their own equivalent of get drunk, but there's no flavour kind of drinks? I know vodka is a popular one because obviously that's quite strong alcohol, isn't it? But I don't think. Do you know what? I got in a muddle now. 3. Where's that gone? What am I looking for? 3799. There we go. Yeah, I'm starting to get these muddled up as well. 3799 and 3779, but as you can see, they're completely different colours. So obviously, if I stuck a pink one in there, that's going to be noticeable, isn't it? Yeah. So, and then yesterday, I did have a friend round last night to try and get rid of some of the food, but her partner was working. So I sent her off with a little Tupperware container full of food. She just sent me a message saying it was lovely. I can't remember what we had last night now. We did have the mozzarella sticks last night. They were nice. Trouble I find with mozzarella sticks is that you, in my opinion, you have to eat them piping hot. Once they start to get a little bit, couple of degrees cooler than straight out of the oven, and the mozzarella inside starts to go a little bit solid. Whereas if you eat them, like you break them second they come out of the oven, they get all gooey and stringy, just like mozzarella should be. A large part of Scotland still drinks Buckfast. Yeah. I mean, I don't buy it myself, but you know, like you go to a shop and you're waiting in the queue to pay for whatever you paid for, and the person in front is nearly always someone in front of me buying Buckfast. And I've heard a little bit about it. I'm not, as I say, I'm not a big drinker. I'm only drinking now because I'm not working. My general rule of thumb is that if I'm driving within the next 24 hours, I'm not drinking, because I don't really know how things affect me. And, you know, people go, oh, you can drink this many milligrams and this many liters will give you. But surely something that is 2% will affect you differently from something that's 2.2%. You know, we're getting a bit technical here, but you know, it's the amount of alcohol. So if you're drinking something that's lower alcohol, you won't have as much alcohol in your blood, would you? And then apparently thicker things affect differently, because someone said shandy gets into your system quicker, because obviously it's thinned the alcohol down. So I presume from that things like red wine, it might take longer to get into your system, and if it's getting taken longer to get into the system, would it then not take longer to get out of the system? And this is all, you know, someone might have the answer, and I'll be absolutely honest with you, I don't want to know, and I don't need to know, purely because if I go by the rule of I don't drive within 24 hours of when I last had a drink, I'm probably never ever going to get done for drink driving, am I? And I think this day and age, it's a really bad thing now. There will be no bus company in the UK that will take me on if I have a drink driving conviction, even when I'm allowed to drive again. If I'm just slightly over the limit, that's it. That's instant ban. You know, that's not. If I had one drink, which probably isn't enough to put me over the limit, but someone just went, oh yeah, we'd just put a little bit extra in there, and then I was just over the limit just a little bit, that's it, bang, instant license lost. You know, for me, I mean, if you don't drive for a living, you know, you might be able to manage. If you can't drive or you don't need to drive, it's probably not the end of the world. But you know, my job is bus driving, so it would be devastating for me. And as I say, once my ban would be up, I won't be able to get a job because I've had a drink drive conviction. That'll stay on my license forever. And even if, you know, even when I'm allowed to drive again, my car insurance will be much, much higher because of that drink drive conviction. So we have got a big smiley face waiting to come into the stream.
Hello.
Hello, Natasha. How are you?
I'm all right. Just got in.
All right. So I was right. I said to everybody, you said you'll be there about 3 o'clock, but you mentioned you were coming on the bus. So I said that'll be anything between about 2:30 and 6:30.
Yeah, it certainly is around here.
Yeah. Well, that's just the way buses is, isn't it? And I think
it's
also
late anyway.
I think you also underestimate the time. You know, it's like you say, oh, the bus is due at 2 and it gets me there at 2:30. Yeah. And then what a lot of people don't always take into account is that it might take you 10-15 minutes to walk to the bus stop, and then maybe 15 minutes walking home from the bus stop.
Yeah.
And then you get the little old lady from down the street who you haven't seen for ages. So you'll go hello to her and how's your budgie and all the rest of it. So next thing you know, it's 40-50 minutes to get from the bus stop. I'm the same. It takes me, usually when I finish work, I can be in my front door within 45 minutes. Yeah. But then if my neighbour catches me and I have to walk past her door every time I go in and out of the flat block, if she catches me, that's probably another half an hour we're chatting.
Yeah, it's one of them. The bus was already late anyway, so
yeah.
By the time I got back, it took longer than it's supposed to have. So
yeah,
one of them.
So the main topic of conversation today seems to have been developed into drinking alcohol. Because I drank quite a lot on Friday.
How's your head?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm okay. It was just, I was just a bit sluggish. I don't know if it was because also I started to get into a routine. Because obviously I know I'm on days when I go back to work after my holiday. So I started to get into a routine of getting up at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Which obviously means I want to go to bed early.
Yeah.
Now, I was up late drinking, so there's no way I was getting up at 4 in the morning. So I got up much later, and I literally got up. I think I was up about 10 or 11.
Yeah.
And I had a cup of coffee, and I think my actual words were "fuck this" for a game of soldiers, and I went back to bed. I watched a couple of episodes of Cobra Kai, because I'm now up to the latest season, and I'm watching that. And it's and I'm watching so many House of Dragon analysis videos, which is kind of annoying me at the moment, because right, I'm not going to spoil things. I don't like to spoil.
I just can't get into that at the minute. Can
you not? Please try more.
I just can't get into that one, House of Dragons.
Well, right, so I got into it pretty quickly, and I think that's because I understand Game of Thrones, but it took me a while to get into Game of Thrones. But I'm not right. So I want to try and have a policy of not discussing any TV program until it's been out at least 2 weeks, to give everyone else a chance to watch it. So it's going to be quite hard to not talk about this latest episode. But basically, the first episode is a pilot. They're always first pilots. They're introducing the characters. You're getting the backdrop story. But not only did they introduce the characters quite well, you understood what was going through their mind and what their motivations were, and you got a grasp for the characters. They had some storylines going as well, which was nice. Then those storylines developed, and then they developed a bit more. And I felt, not the episode that's just come out, the one before, I think that finalized a lot of those storylines. So this last episode, it was like it was another pilot, and I found it a little bit slow. The only thing there was only one thing that really, well, again, the main bit of the episode, like I say, I'm trying not to spoil things, but anyone who knows anything about Game of Thrones and Targaryens know that incest ran rife throughout the whole family.
Yep.
So because I knew that, there was a scene where I really wasn't shocked. Yeah. Because it was normal for that race of people, even though nothing actually happened. And then something else happened, and that was quite exciting because the implications. And then obviously watching the analysis videos, and I understood more about the ramifications of things. But then the things that I hadn't really noticed, once they were pointed out to me on these videos, and that's really hard because I don't want to spoil things. It's only been out a week.
Yeah, I know.
So
I just have to try re-watching it again, but I really can't get into it for some reason.
I mean, have you watched the entire 8 seasons of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, I've watched every single series. I just can't get into this one. I don't know if it's because it's a bit different.
What camp are you in with regards to season 8 of Game of Thrones?
Hey?
What camp are you sitting in with regards to season 8? A lot of people say, oh, it's really bad that Arya was the one who killed the Night King.
Yeah.
But see, again, the more I watch House of Dragons, the more, you've got the Prince that was promised thing.
Yeah.
Right? I actually think that philosophy has come true. Although Jon Snow wasn't the one who stabbed and killed the Night King. The Night King was killed as a result of Jon's actions. There wouldn't have been an army had it not been for Jon Snow. So technically speaking, Jon Snow did defeat the White Walkers.
Yeah.
Interesting, not interesting?
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I'm just going to change the view head. Is that too small for everybody?
I don't know. I'm just
the dilemma I'm in is we can have bigger screen, but you get less left and right. Or we can have smaller screen, but you do get more of the whole picture.
Well, I don't mind.
Let's do that. Well, if we do it this view, we get more of your pretty face in.
Oh, lovely. It's wonderful.
Oh,
everyone will have lovely dreams over that.
Oh, Natasha, stop putting yourself down. Do you think I'd have you in my stream if you were such bad looking that you'd kill the stream?
Yeah.
Well, you think I'm some kind of idiot and I'm self-destructive on my streams, do you? Don't put yourself down.
I try not to, but you know.
Come on, viewers, help me out. You know, encourage me. You know, take my side. Natasha's not that bad. Although, to be honest with you, I'm the kind of person, even if you were pig ugly fugly, which you're not, I'm not saying you are, I tend to see the personality more than I see the actual physical looks.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
I do think you're an extremely attractive personality.
Oh, personality.
No, but once I've seen that personality, that my first impression has been made, and there's nothing your facial expressions could, but your actual looks can't deviate me from that.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because I thought I was digging myself in a little hole there.
I don't know. We all dig ourselves in a hole, don't we, really?
Well, you actually dug me out of that hole that I was digging myself into there, but no, you know. Right, so poor old Laura's made a comment ages ago and I haven't read it yet. So Laura obviously stopped vegan 5-6 years ago after suffering a large seizure. So, well, that's fair enough. You know, if you've had a medical issue and you've done something about it that involved drinking, then fair enough. I had a friend once who was, she's an ex-alcoholic. She was an ex-alcoholic at the time. But she said the reason it took so long for her to do anything about it was because alcoholics start drinking from the morning when they get up. And she never drank in the morning. Right. And it was a little while longer before she realized that the reason she doesn't drink in the morning is because she drinks so much at night, she passes out and she doesn't actually wake up till the afternoon.
Ah, right.
That's why she never drank in the morning. Once she got that thought into her head and realized, she's like, I need to do something about it. And it was like, she was drinking alcoholic drinks, like I smoke cigarettes and drink coffee in the morning.
Well,
you know,
I do that.
But I mean, the thing is, cigarettes and coffee don't have the same negative effect on you as alcohol. I know they have a negative effect on you, but not in the same way alcohol does. But in the first hour of the night, I know this is terrible, but the first hour of me waking up, I've probably had about 3 cigarettes and I'm thinking about my second, maybe even my third cup of the coffee in the morning. But in that time, you know, she's had the first hour that she's woken up, she's had a good couple of pub measures worth of alcohol. So, you know, once she got that into her head and realized what she's done, she then did something about it. And it's because I've never been in that situation. I don't understand. I mean, it's like these people who go teetotal. Now, I see nothing wrong with having a social drink. Even the 4 bottles of cider that I had on Friday, I know that is technically binge drinking because I probably had 8 to 12 measures. I don't know how many measures there are in a bottle of cider, but it's got to be 2 to 3 each bottle, isn't there?
No idea because I don't drink.
Right. So technically, I was probably binge drinking Friday, but
that's another thing. A lot of people do binge drink, don't they? Especially if they haven't had a drink in a long time.
Yeah, well, what was explained to me was, see, it's okay for me to have 4 to 5 units. No, is it 3 to 4 units 3 to 4 times a week? Which means potentially I could have 12 units a week. Now, it does mean exactly what the way it's put. 3 to 4 units 3 to 4 times a week.
Yeah.
12 units once a week is binge drinking. 12 units spread throughout the week is okay, because obviously you're putting your liver under a lot of pressure in one go, and then you're giving it a 6-day rest. It's not like the gym where you go, oh, I've worked my muscles too hard, I'll just give them a bit of a rest.
Yeah.
You know, it's damaging proportions. And I think that's where people go wrong. You know, oh, great, I can have it. Because men are allowed to drink more because they're men. So they can have, I think it's 4 to 5 units 4 to 5 times a week. So they could theoretically have 25 units, which I think is 12.5 pints, which is an awful lot of pints to have on a night out. So they'll go, oh, that's right, I only go out once a week and I have about 8 pints, so that's okay. Well, it's not okay because you're hammering it all in one go. Whereas these old guys who go down the Lion Club or whatever 3 or 4 times a week, they have a couple of pints and they come home. That's fine. And don't forget also they've been doing it a lot longer than these kids have. So that's why we have the joke that the life expectancy in Scotland is 25. You know, if you're 26, you're considered old in Scotland, because most people under 25 have died of alcohol poisoning. It's not that bad. It isn't that bad, but that's how the joke is. So how many millions of inches have you done on your diamond painting then? I mean, I reckon you must have finished it by now.
Have I hell?
I knew you hadn't.
Look, that's all I've done at the bottom here.
Yeah, but you say all you've done. I mean, that's not bad.
Done about 3-4 colours there.
So when I started the stream, I mentioned that my friend says I'm odd because not odd, but she does her diamond painting differently. She does the whole thing in just the one colour, and then she'd do the next colour, and then the next colour. You seem to be doing a bit of a hybrid of me and her, which you seem to be doing all one colour on a big square.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Is that because you do a manageable chunk?
Yeah.
Right, that's fine, because I raised the point that, I mean, at the size of this diamond painting...
Because everyone has a different size. Some people do like 10 by 10 squares, which is the guide on these canvases. Some people do it like that. I can't do small.
I can't do 10 by 10 is too small.
So if I've got a bigger space, it gives me more. I can concentrate on where I'm not colour changing every 20 seconds on it.
Yes, yeah.
But I'd rather a bigger patch and then do colour by colour. That's how I do it.
I mean,
but everyone's different.
I used to do roughly 10 centimetres by 10 centimetre squares. Roughly. Yeah. And that, I thought that was a nice little combination. But what I suppose I do, because I do all one colour within the square. Yeah. And I do know people that have like 14 trays of drills out, and then they're like that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. But that just seems crazy to me.
Yeah, that's where I won't have all them different trays out, because I know I'd end up knocking them all over the place.
Well, for me, it's just the cost of them. I mean, there's a really nice tray system. I think holds about 5 or 6 trays, and they're stackable. But I think they're about 20 quid a row, and you want maybe 4 or 5 different rows. And you're now talking about 100 quid.
Yeah, I know. It's just not. I'd just rather do it the way I'd do it, sort of thing.
I mean, I kind of demand a minimum standard from the products I've got, but I'm also after price. So these Tic Tac boxes I've got, They're not perfect. There's a range out there. The containers, there's a range of containers at 60 quid, and you get about 4 different sized drill pots.
Yeah.
And I probably need about 6 or 7 of those to get, because I want one little box per color. So to get the full enough for every single color, I probably need about 6 of them, maybe even 10. And it's 60 quid each one, a tray. That's a lot. Whereas
That's
the Tic Tac containers are considerably cheaper. And I can't remember the price, but Smith's Beads have got them. So I'm going to have a little look. Did I mention we're sponsored by Smith's Beads? I don't know if I did.
I don't know. You haven't got your banner going along the bottom again, though.
Oh, I always forget that. Do you know what? I'm glad that Smith's Beads aren't paying me millions, because they'd be wanting a big refund back, wouldn't they? And I'd have to say to them, I'm sorry, I actually have spent most of it now. You can't have it back.
Oh, you got to have a laugh. Got to have a laugh, haven't you?
Well, it's that or cry, isn't it? Oh, help me
My
out.
girls behind me there.
Them.
They've learnt where their food is now, so I'm quite happy on that. So I've just been watching them behind me.
Yeah, well, you keep stream going, because I can't find.
Hi, Love Mins. Just seen you. How are you?
Colourful loom band kit. Those really useful boxes, they're really good, aren't they?
The which ones?
The really useful boxes. They're called really useful. They're called really useful boxes.
Yeah. Because
they're really useful. No, honestly, I'm not even pulling your leg now. This is a real thing. Right.
I gotta see this one.
No, honestly, right, I'm not even joking, right? They are called really useful boxes. And I've just shared the wrong screen there.
Yeah.
So this is really useful boxes.
Oh, I had loads of them.
There you go. So you owned really useful boxes.
Yeah, I had loads of them.
They do them in different sizes, and they're just so perfect because that clip is so positive. Yeah. And it just clips right over the lid. Now, these ones are 16 of them for £10, which is actually a really good price. The reason I don't buy them is because the only place I've ever seen them for sale is Hobbycraft. Yeah. And if you look at Hobbycraft prices, you get some companies, it says, oh, this is the retail price, so we'll just do it a little bit cheaper. Yeah. And then you get some companies that go, this is the retail price, so we'll do them for the retail price. Hobbycraft seems to go, right, that's the retail price. How much do you think we can get away with? Mm-hmm. Because the trouble is with Hobbycraft is it's the first place you think of for your hobby things, isn't it? Yeah. If you I mean, I'm going back a long time, but like newsagents used to have scale models in them. So you went to that shop for other things, but it wasn't the first shop you thought of. If you want a big old go doing scale models, you'd go to a toy shop who had a scale model, model kit section. Hobbycraft is one of those. I mean, the name is kind of a giveaway. If you want any craft products, you can make candles, you can do waxy stuff, and sometimes they have staff that actually have knowledge on the products, which is always a good thing. Because how many times have you been into a shop and ask a question and go, I don't know, I just sell them. Or I just work behind the till. Yeah. Which is a bit frustrating, isn't it? So, so obviously, like if you're after craft products, that's the first place you think. So they don't need to discount their big items, because people are going there anyway. And I think people go to places like Hobbycraft to discover new things as well.
True.
You know, I want a pencil. Let's go to Hobbycraft. Let's see what else they sell. Look at this. They sell an eraser. That's really clever. So if I make a mistake, I can erase my mistake. You know, that kind of thing. So Lovemin says, hi, Natasha.
Hi, Lovemin.
And then Teresa Smith says, hi, all. And then Teresa says, Tash, you remember the really useful box you had them in Essex? There you go.
Yeah, it took me a while to twig that, didn't it?
Yeah. So I just thought it was funny. You thought I was pulling your leg there, didn't you?
Yeah. I forget because I lost a lot of stuff back then.
Yeah, I've been through that.
And then it's like, oh my God, I can't remember what I did have and what I didn't have.
But they do them in so many different sizes as well.
But I had them in different colours and all
Did
sorts.
You?
Yeah, I
You
had
sure
loads.
they weren't imitations?
I nearly had 440, whatever, how many you get in DMC colours.
Yeah.
I nearly had the whole lot for one each colour.
Wow, that's
I went a bit extravagant
that's
when I first.
obsession levels, isn't it?
Yeah, that was my obsession level, I think, back then.
Is that
I had nothing else I could do.
Problem?
But I ain't got them now, so.
I just have this problem that when I go on holiday, I spend about $2,000. Oh no, it's awful. I just a lot of that was my glasses, but it's Lodger payday this week, so and he's paid me on time. He actually woke me up.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, Penny." I said, "No, I'm in bed." He went, "Penny, I've got something nice for you." And what he does, he sits there with all this money smelling it. He sits there smelling the money. He goes, "Oh, doesn't that smell sweet?"
Wakes you up though, doesn't it?
Well, I did actually get out of bed for that. I did get dressed as well. Don't get me wrong. So, yeah, I'm very happy with that. So he's actually paid me a little bit early. Technically speaking, he's paid me a day early. So, I work things both ways. I remember there's been times when, like, landlords have sort of collared me in the morning. Come on, rent's due today. And I'm like, well, the day's not over yet. You know, you've asked me to pay rent on this certain day. And it's like 8 in the morning, so the day's not over. Oh, right, well, make sure I get paid. And I'm like, my theory is that, you know, as a tenant, so long as I pay you by 1 minute to midnight or earlier, my rent isn't late, is it?
Right.
But obviously, I have to apply that same thing. You know, can't work one rule for me and one rule now that I've become a landlady. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, my lodger did technically pay me a day early. So yeah, a lot of that got spent in Iceland buying food. About 60, 70 quid's worth of food for a friend that didn't come round.
Bloody hell.
I know.
I don't bother doing that, you see, now. I just keep food what I want, and if anyone does come round, they can go and get it.
Well, I did sort of set up for a really good evening and an evening of plenty. I mean, absolute gluttonous, you know. We wouldn't have wanted for anything. And the reasoning I got was potentially, probably right. It's just a shame she told me so late. But she said she's been into hospital and she's only just come out. And, you know, the thing is, if I call that out as bullshit and it was actually true, it's going to make me look a bit of an idiot, isn't it?
Mike can take me on walkies too, save me using my legs.
Oh, God.
I'm laughing at some comments here and it's funny.
Yeah. No, it's right. It's because I've been sort of too busy drilling and I've not noticed all the comments.
So I'm laughing.
So we've got hi Penny and Natasha. Hi all. She
like
had
pencils.
a completion with herself, how much 310 she could get in one. Do you know what? I'm really happy with my 310s because I think I've only got 5 bags of 310s on the entire thing. But I think in any given square, I don't think I'll put more than about 5 or 6 in one go in. So I'm actually rejuvenating my love affair with 310s because I don't use them.
I can't remember how many bags I put in that box.
Well, really 310s have not taken the mickey yet. So, but you see them coming in there, but there's really not many at a time. So I'm all right. I'm friends. I'm acquaintances with 310s. If 310s was a human being, that I will let them come round for a cup of coffee and I might offer them a biscuit. You know, we're not going clubbing together yet, but you know, I know what they're capable of. But they can pop round and sit on my leather sofa and have a cup of tea with me.
I'm trying to remember how many I could get in there.
472. Depends on the really useful box though. Because remember, really useful boxes come in lots of really useful sizes.
Yeah, but I filled it only just with bloody 310.
Yes, but you've got about 20 different sizes. So saying you can get however many in. I had a really useful box that fitted under the bed and I put clothes in it. Now that can fit quite an awful lot of bags of 310s in, couldn't it?
Yeah, but I emptied it. I can't remember. That was quite a lot of bags I could fit in one box. Yeah.
Right. Pencil surprises. Hi, Penny and Natasha.
Hi, Pence.
Hi, all. Tree Smith. She had a completion with a. Do you know, I feel like I've read that before.
You read that one?
I thought I did. Right. There's a new name for me. It's Haribo TV. Hello, Penny and Natasha from Norwich.
Hi,
Haribo. That by
my hometown.
Yeah, it's mine. Is that by any chance Mark? No, it's not Mark because Mark is Mark.
Mark shows up as Mark.
So we have no idea who you are. It's Haribo TV, but we'd really like to know because we're from Norwich too. Right. So, love minis. When I worked at a craft store, people kept asking me knitting and other yarn things. Yarn or yawn? I had no idea about how to do such things. I taught jewelry making. Yes, because you're more of a hard physical crafts, aren't you? You know, you're more at home with a welder or a solder iron than you are a needle and thread. You know, you're that kind of person because I think from what I gather from Love Minis, it's a case of we've had to get on with it. So you either do or die. So Pencil Surprises says hi and Mike and Tasha.
Probably meant Teresa.
Yeah. Hi, Pencil Surprises. Yeah. Sorry, that was a joke. Hi to everyone. Haribo says this. Hi, Pencil Surprises, darling. Oh, so you two might know each other then. Oh, no, you're making things worse. I tell you what. No, I'm seeing the comments before I'm getting to them.
Yeah.
Right, Harry. Ooh, it's Harry Poo. Okay. Do you want me to call you Harry Poo? Miss B's, be right back. Walkies time. Hi, Harry O. Take me for walkies too. Miss B says hi, Pencil Surprises. Haribo, where are you going for walkies? Can we go get sweeties? I've been a good boy. Ask Pencil Surprises. Competition, not completion. Okay, I knew what you meant, really. I think you got about 50 bags. That's an awful lot. That is quite a lot. Right, so Penny, Natasha, meet Haribo. This is the brother who phones. So it's your brother. Right, right. I'm confused now. Pencil.
Yeah, I'm confused now.
Are you? So
who phones and freezes my computer?
Yeah, no. Pencil Surprises did a live stream last week, and she got, because she's streaming on her phone, which I'm assuming is an iPhone. I don't know where I got the thought that was an iPhone from. I'm not
Because
a
I've
big,
got iPhone. That's probably
yeah,
why.
I'm not saying iPhones are bad or good, but I might invariably accidentally do that. But no, she was doing a stream from her phone, and while she was streaming, she got a phone call and it froze and buggered up the whole stream, which is one of the disadvantages of streaming from your phone. Right, so no, friend of pencil surprises. Right, so this is where it gets interesting for me. So Haribo, when you say you're from the Old Catton area, do you mean you're from the real Old Catton area, or are you like me and you pretend to come from Old Catton, but in actual fact you come from just down the road in Catton? You know what I mean by that, Natasha?
Yeah.
So I grew up, you'll only know this if you know, I grew up on an estate called Fiddlewood Estate, which is in Catton, or New Catton, but you don't really call it New Catton.
I've not known it being called that.
No, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, Haribo knows exactly what I mean. So you've then got Old Catton, which starts, if you're in the right area of the estate, it's literally 2 or 3 minutes walk. Now, I went to Old Catton Middle School, and it used to take me about 15, 20 minutes to walk to school. Right. So, Pencil Surprises baby brother. I'm crap with names. So I'm from Wolverhampton. He's from Norwich. I'm doing this just to catch up with a chat.
That's all right. Catch up.
No, mine's Hawaii. Do you know what? I'm going to change the subject. So I'm really annoyed. I got that Samsung Fold 4.
Yeah.
And it is a good phone. A couple of criticisms that I've got is it is thinner than the, apparently it's thinner than the Fold 3, but they've made it, because they've now got better technology on the screen, they've made it slightly less wide. And I struggle now to do text messages because the buttons are too small. And I'd like to see what I call a screen big enough to have what I'd call a full-size mobile phone keyboard.
Right.
And it's not quite so sensitive up in the edges. About 13 days after I started my new contract, a less expensive company has brought out a phone that is wider and is thinner, and it's a better phone. And I'm like, oh, that's annoying. Mm-hmm. So, but I did say when I got it, I've got the best phone on the market until tomorrow. Because you know these phones come out and they're the best phone out there, and then tomorrow someone else brings one out, and then tomorrow,
and it's always an old one. Straight away, it's an old one.
Within a week, I've probably got a phone that's barely touching the top 25.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically.
So, Pencil Surprises is from Birmingham, but in denial. Right. So the real Old Catton area just off St Faith's Road. Now, I get St Faith's Road muddled up with the one down the other end. St Faith's Road is the one that starts at New Catton. I'm calling it New Catton to distinguish it from Old Catton. And it runs down all the way to Horsham St Faith's. That's why it's called St Faith's. Past the back of the airport, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Or the other one. Are you thinking of Pfeiffer's Lane?
That's where Pfeiffer's Lane. Pfeiffer's Lane is effectively the border of Old Catton and Catton, except that the people on the Catton side of Pfeiffer's Lane would probably be really objectionable at being called Catton, because they were there before Fiddlewood was built.
Yeah.
But yeah, so OMG Fiddlewood, yeah. Get out of here. So yeah. So I would be interested in knowing when you were at Old Catton. I was there from, let me work this out.
I weren't in that school, so I can't tell
8.
you.
So I actually, when we first came to England, we went to, I know Mr. White and I know Mrs. Stevens. Neither of them were my teachers. But I know both of those. Mrs. Stevens, she was rather strict, wasn't she? But not as strict as, oh God, Jesus, who was I? Right, so the first year that I was there, I had Mrs. Girling, and the other teacher was Mrs. Thorpe. Now, Mrs. Thorpe was quite strict. In the second year, I had Mrs. Callahan, and I can't, the other second year had Mr. Bailey. No, Mr. Bailey? No. Yes, Mr. Bailey. Third year, I had Miss Tuffield, and she ran the chess club, and I was a member. I got into chess because of her. Now, Mrs. Tuffield, I didn't know cars very well, and I still don't know cars, but she had, it was like a small TR7.
Yeah.
So I used to refer to it as a TR3.5 because it was about the same, about half the size. But I actually was in contact with Mrs. Tuffield even after I'd left. And then in the fourth year, I was Mrs. Stevens. She was a fourth year teacher, wasn't she? I remember this now. I was put in Mrs. Stevens' class in the fourth year, but my mother complained to the school that I'd had nothing but female teachers. So they shifted me to Mr. Bailey's class. So it wasn't Mr. Bailey who was second. No, it was, oh God, it was Mr. Billinghurst. He was the opposite teacher in the second year. He was funny as anything. Mr. B, we all called him. But yeah, I had Mr. Bailey in the fourth year. I was supposed to have Mrs. Stevens, and I'm really glad that my mum complained because I didn't like Mrs. Stevens. She scared the hell out of me.
I used to play one of my good teachers up. I did. But I went in that school. I was in a different one, different area by then.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. B was in the mobile, so I'm jumping ahead. Oh God, I'm going to have to switch to this view because there's no point me having the down view if I'm talking to the camera. Yeah. So I had Mr. Bailey. And now, three things I remember about Mr. Bailey. First of all, we used to do a spelling test every week. And I'm getting warm now, so I'm going to take my jumper off. So bear with me.
I just did that before.
You know what? I'm really ashamed to admit this. I put my heating on today. I have been.
I did. I put my one in the living room on today.
Yeah, I've just. Do you know what? Right. So what I do now, I have a monthly direct debit with the gas and electric, and I'm sorry to bore you with repeat stories, but I had a lodger who ran up a big electric bill, and I was 250 quid in arrears. So what I've been doing is I've been paying, even though when my usage come down, the gas and electric company said we can reduce your monthly direct debit. So I said, no, I'll keep with it because it's paying off the arrears. And we've been using about half of what I've been paying. And last month, I actually got into credit, then took a meter reading. And that's where I came up with the idea of, I'll take a meter reading the day after I put the payment in. I am now £16.08 in debt to them. So at the rate we're using now, if I can get away with not, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that the heating is half of my energy bills. You know, with the amount that my computer's on, the amount of cooking and the amount of showers and baths we have, I think it's probably about a quarter. And we are on this fixed rate deal. So all this energy crisis, it's not actually affected me yet because I'm on a fixed rate deal. But So I can actually now afford to put the heating on. But I just want to just avoid the heating for another month till I made another payment. So anyway, that's gone off. Right. So the 3 things I remember about Mr. Bailey. First of all, we used to have a spelling test every week. I think it was every Monday. And then we'd have 10 words. We'd do a test on these 10 words. And then we'd be given another 10 words to learn for next week. Right.
Oh, God. Don't give me them because I won't complete it.
Now, I blame the fact that I was poor and my mum loved me, but we didn't have any much money, so I used to do a lot of reading because that's what we could afford to do. You know, I used to go down the library every week, get a different book. Mum would make me read the TV guide a lot. All this stealth learning. Oh, what's on TV tonight? And I'll go Coronation Street. Well, that sounds interesting. What's that about? Oh, well, Tyrone is falsely arrested for, all getting me to read stuff. She didn't really care. She just was getting me, well, she's cooking the dinner. Just tell me what's on telly tonight. Anything she can get me to read.
Yeah.
So I've always at school had a reading age of 4 to 8 years above where I'm expected to be. So, and I knew that, and I took a lot of pride in that. And there was this one week, one of the words on the spelling test was calendar, right? Now, I was the only person who spelt it D-A-R. And Mr. Bailey said it was wrong. He gave a point to everybody else except me because he insisted it was spelled D-E-R, right? Now, any ordinary person, because I got 9 out of 10 on that particular day, whereas I normally get 10 out of 10. And I was really, really pissed. And I even went home and I told my mum, and I was really angry. And I shouldn't really have been angry. It wasn't that important, was it? But to a 10, 11, 12-year-old, it was. So Mum goes, here's a calendar. And I took a calendar, an actual calendar, into school the next day. And I slung it on his desk and I went, see, that's the correct way to spell it. And he went, oh, you are right. And I went, no, not good enough. You gave everybody in this class a point for spelling it wrong. And you didn't give me a point. And you did that publicly. So you've got to do the correction publicly. And I made him, he took the class register and then he apologized in front of the class that he'd got it wrong and I was in fact right. That's how much of a stubborn cow I am. The next story, which has actually pushed me, back in those days, if you were thick, or because they didn't recognize mental health and learning difficulties so much.
They didn't recognise that with me.
Yeah, as far as the education system was concerned, you were thick or you were. You were smart or you were thick. Now, if you were thick, you just become a horticulturist, don't you?
Yeah.
And that was always his thing. If you don't learn this, you'll never be smart enough, and you won't amount to anything more than a gardener, right? Which is a funny thing because we were taught as kids that if you work hard, you will get a respectful job. For example, a bus driver or policeman, right? And if you don't study, you'll be thick, and you'll never amount to anything more than a gardener. And now, bus drivers don't get any respect off people. That's not a respectful job. Policemen are getting stabbed in the streets by kids. And the gardeners have got remote control lawnmowers for toys. So, and the third thing, he always used to go on about his jury service. Right? And he was saying about one of the guys that was accused he was accused of stealing a packet of peas or something to do with Birdseye. He worked at the Birdseye factory and he stole stuff because he used that as an educational lesson. Because this guy's excuse was he had too much outgoings, he had a family to feed, and he was stealing food. And that was, he used that as an educational lesson a lot. And it's like, and he has still not ever said what the correct answer is, because it's one of those situations where there is no correct answer, is there?
No.
And it's like, kids, if you ask a young kid a situation question, it's very black and white. It's right or it's wrong. It's not till you get to about 10 onwards that things start to become more in colour. Yeah. Now, if I ask, is it okay to steal food from your employer to feed your family? Some of you will say yes. Some of you will say no. Some of you will give an answer that might be a yes or a no, but they don't give a direct yes or no. Someone might say, well, he's getting paid the same as everybody else. They can all manage. Why can't he manage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a yes or a no. And that so Mr. Bailey was one of the first teachers that I remember that taught me to think of the situation rather than just come up with an answer. And I am aware that the chat is getting longer and longer, and I'm not catching up. So I'm trying to think when I was there. I was 8 when I went there, so I must have been there from about 1980 to about 1984. So anyway, right. So pencil supervisors, yep. Pfeiffer's Lane, that's it. Yeah. Yes. Fiddlewood was farmland. My parents moved to Fiddlewood when they built houses. I really would love to know who your parents were, because I think I knew just about everybody on that estate. We moved there in 82. No. 1980. Because when we first came back to England, we lived at Woodside Road, which is more, I like to refer to Woodside Road as outer Heartsease. It's like the posher area. It's not rough like Heartsease, but it's a fair old walk, but it's not anything else. It's very close to Thorpe St Andrew, but it's far enough away to not be associated with it. And we moved to our road was called Sutherwood, and everyone we told our address to, they used to say, "Oh, is that a close or road?" And we go, "No, it's just Sutherwood. That's it. It was called Sutherwood." Because all the roads on Fiddlewood Estate were named after, is it herbs? Herbs, flowers, definitely flowers, but I don't know if they were herbs, meadow flower. You know, you had things like pennyroyal, tansy. Although the main road that went through, you had two roads. They didn't interconnect. On one side, you had Bussey Road and Fiddlewood Road, and then you had a couple of closers. But on our side, yeah, I will get to, because I'm seeing, because I've got the actual YouTube on one screen and I've got the monitor on the other. I'm seeing comments before I'm seeing them on the stream. I will get to them. Yeah, so you had Ives Road that formed a big P, and then all the closest came off there. Now, I believe Ives Road was named after a person by the name of Ives, but all the other roads that came off were, you had Blackwood, White, something, White, I can't remember what it was now, Whitethorn, Blackthorn, something like that, and Tansy, all flowery names. Right, Mrs. Appleby, that name does not ring a bell. One teacher had an orange beetle. I don't remember the orange beetle. I do remember a teacher having a beetle. I think we had a teacher who had a beetle. Mr. Bailey, yes. Haribo is a brand new diamond painter, has completed one special drill canvas. I'm going to look that up. Oops, not on that one, I'm not. Right. Go to channel. So I am going to show off this channel. So this is Haribo. So Haribo, I am now constituting 25% of your subscribers. You have one video, Queen's Guard faints while Queen lies in state. Oh, what do you think? I'm sorry if this comes into the category of politics. What do you think about the Holly Willoughby and Philip Schofield have got themselves in hot water, haven't they?
I don't know, have they?
So basically, right, I'm only seeing brief things, so I may not know the full story. But they went to see the Queen lying in state on behalf of ITV.
Right.
Because they've got press accreditation, they were able to push to the front of the queue. Because they pushed to the front of the queue, everyone's all in uproar saying they should be sacked because of it. But if they've got press accreditation, then I know it's not fair, because I was listening to something on the radio and some woman had gone all the way from Glasgow to London to see the Queen. She'd got an overnight coach. She joined the queue at 4:30 in the afternoon and finally got to the front of the queue at just before midnight. And so that's how long you've got to queue up. But is it safe for those two to, two big TV stars?
Yeah, but they've had, when I watched it, they've had David Beckham queuing there for 10 or 12 odd hours.
David Beckham hasn't got press accreditation, has he?
No, but you would have thought he would need some sort of,
Well, I'd love to be the person standing behind David Beckham for 8 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know what people do nowadays.
Make it half worth it, won't I? But trouble is, if he had his kids with him, I would be very tempted to make some remark to them.
So David Beckham's up there as well, isn't he? Really, you would have thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be interested to know what other people thought. It's like I say, they've got press accreditation, so it gives them that right. Whether you think it's fair or not.
What's the matter, Mickey?
Right, so I had her and made her cry, so they moved me with Mr. White. Mrs. Stevens had a hamster too. I think it was called Lambert. I seem to remember, I think it was in the second year, we had stick insects. And I brought them home, and I think I lost about 2 of them because I opened them up, and I think I lost 2 of them. School still don't know about that. Yes, Mr. B, he was in the mobile. I remember that. This is scary. Mr. B was not scary. He was the best teacher ever. Everybody wanted him as a teacher. And he was so nice and lovely. And he was just lovely. Never shouted at me anyway. Maybe I was just too well behaved. I got on well with... No, actually, wasn't Mrs. White the cook? Wasn't she the head cook? Because I used to chat. It was her that taught me how to do a decent jacket potato. I'm sure it was Mrs. White, or am I getting confused with Cluedo?
It could be,
Because Mrs. White isn't the cook, but she's thought of as the cook. But no, I'm sure it was Mrs. White, the cook. But anyway, the cook at Old Carton, because as we used to come in, you had the bit outside, you had like the first year block used to come in, and then you had the kitchens on the right-hand side, and then jutting out was the assembly hall, because the assembly hall would double up as the canteen room. And she used to have her window open, and she'd be peeling her potatoes, she'd be chucking them in this rumbler, and she'd be releasing them into the sink, and the next lot go in, and then I used to sit and chat with her. And there always used to be loads of daddy long legs down that, I don't know the name of them, daddy long legs. And we used to be pulling the wings off and the legs and...
Evil sod.
I know, I'm sorry, that's what I was like when I was...
You evil sod. How would you like it if someone did that to you?
Well, do you know what? That's exactly what the teachers used to say. So, and there was always this rumour, I think they were male, but you had some that had like a little point on the end. and everyone used to say, oh, you could get stung by them, but you can't by the females, which is probably
No idea.
crap. No, but no, it's her who taught me how to. She was doing jack of potatoes once, and she was brushing oil on them and wrapping them in cling film. I said, what are you doing there? She said, makes them nice and crispy. And I used to love her jacket spuds, because when you got them, she used to cut an X in the top and then push the corners in, and it'd go as it opens, because the skin was so crispy and the inside was like mashed potato. I was held back here and went to extra classes, which was done in the little school. They never knew anything about it. Yeah, so that's basically what we were said. So when you were at school, at middle school, you were probably one of the thick ones before they recognized things like autism, and dyslexia was a very new thing. I think the latest technology with autism at that with dyslexia was tinted glasses. That was
in my school it was supposed to be tinted glasses, but when I went to the opticians, they turned around saying there's nothing they can do for dyslexias.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's the point in me coming having my eyesight test done then? Because I can't bloody read black on white.
No, this is it.
So I'm not going to give a true reading. I won't.
Dyslexia, though, isn't there? You know, the solution for you may not be the solution for someone else.
Yeah.
So, do I remember the headmaster, Mr. Jackson? Now, have you ever seen Mr. Jackson's hands? They were always behind his back, weren't they?
Right. I didn't go to that school.
He used to spend 100% of his time walking like this. I don't think anyone has ever seen his hands. They were always behind his back. But I found out from the Old Carlton Middle School Facebook page, he died 10 years ago, which he must have been in his 50s back then, maybe even later. So he was 40 years. So he'd be 90 now if he was alive. So not the biggest shock, but I can remember where his office was. And then you had, I think it was a staff toilet, and then you had a staff room, and then you had the assembly hall, and then you had girls' toilets on the left, and then you had second year classroom. It's all changed now. It's all years 8, 9, 10, I don't know, whatever it is now. Then you had a cloakroom, then you had another classroom, boys' toilets. You had some double doors, you had the library, and then you had the fourth form block. I think you had about 3 rooms in there. God, Jesus Christ, it's all coming back to me. So you were born in 81, so I would have been long gone. I probably left high school before you joined middle school. And they moved there in 79 when my brother was born. Oh, so you must have been one of the very first there, because I'm pretty sure we moved, must have been around about June-ish, because Mum enrolled me to Garrett Green First School, and I was there 4 weeks, and then it was the end of the school year, and then I started at Old Carlton Middle School. So it must have been about June 80. So, but I do believe that estate was built in phases, and it was meant to be private housing, but the company, is it Walter Lawrence, something to do with Lawrence. The company went bust, and the council bought the whole estate up, and then they built it quite quickly, because our house, it never had exactly square walls, and I think we didn't get the first phase, but I don't know how it was built. We were fairly in the middle, but when I was there was still a lot of building sites. I think a lot of Bussey Road was still being built, because we used to play on the building sites, and so I reckon it must have took 3 or 4 years to build that then. And they were moving them in as people in. But I think the estate, from what I was told, the theory was they were going to put single parents there, although they didn't have that many single parents. It was a lot of couples there as well. So I don't know on that one. When I worked at a craft plant, they were smart enough to give us food from time. Yeah, that's what they did at the chocolate factory I worked at in Fakenham. They said you can eat as much chocolate as you want. And your first couple of weeks, you did. You ate tons of chocolate. In fact, your second or third day ever of working there, you didn't even bring a packed lunch because you just eat loads of chocolate. But within a week, you just get fed up with chocolate and you hardly eat anything. And that's a good tactic because it really does reduce their loss. Sutherwood, is that near Penny Royal? Yes. So if you cut through Sutherwood and go through the top of Bryony Close, you got a little green, you hop over the wall, the other side of the road is Penny Royal. And Penny Royal was quite confusing because you'd go into Penny Royal and then it would split into two, and then you'd have it would be basically Penny Royal was pretty much shaped like a gearbox configuration. You know how you have like an H with an extra bit? That's kind of how Penny Royal was formed, was shaped. And we used to get a lot of mail go to 29 Penny Royal. We were 29 Sutherwood. But actually my first ever friend from that area lived at 29 Penny Royal. But his mum and dad were a bit too posh and they had to move out to a better area. Dogwood, I think, was far down the other side. I didn't really have too much. Oh, there was a guy in Dogwood. He was alleged to be a pervert.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was. I think he was just friendly with the kids. You know, he'd have the kids around to play computer games and stuff. And I think that was just he was being friendly, because I've been round his a couple of times, and he was a bit. He would fit the bill, but I don't think he was. I think he was just a bit not tidy and a bit scatty. But yeah, Blackthorn, I remember. This is freaky. Pan Surprise, good freaky though. Haribo, finally someone who knows what you talk about, and diamond painting. Right, so that link there that I've just put, that is to Haribo's channel. So there's only one video and 4 subscribers, but by all means, give it a look. Let's see how this channel develops. Because you know what they say, from mighty oaks, from small acorns, mighty oaks are formed. You know, I had 4 subscribers once, and I now have 750 something subscribers. So, you know, and if I worked a bit harder, I probably could have had even more subscribers by now. So yeah, keep the content coming. Be honest, be true, be passionate about what you do, and I can see the channel growing. So I'm new. Sharon keeps bugging me to make a video. Yeah, even if you just make a video, this is my diamond paint I've completed, and just talk about it. You know, people will be interested. He's not got any DP on there yet. I'm trying to encourage him. So thank you for the help, Penny. He needs support. Not a problem. I will support any channel. I'll be absolutely honest with you. If he puts out a lot of stuff that I'm really not interested in, and I'm getting loads of notifications of stuff I'm not interested in, I will unsubscribe. But we have a channel here with potential. You know, I will give it a shot, and then if I haven't unsubscribed, you know I'm still interested in the channel. There was no photo of them in the queue, but David Beckham was queuing for 10 hours. Yeah. So this is about the Holly Willoughby and forgotten his name, Philip Schofield.
Yeah, that one.
Thank you for sharing his channel and support. Not saying no problem. Yeah, David Beckham queued for 13 hours and they cut the queue. So yeah, again, until I know the full story, you know, people these days are very, very quick to judge. But the ITV channel did reply back. They've got press accreditation. So it's not a great reason, but it's a reason, isn't it? So staring at his bumper 13 hours. Hey, I didn't say anything, you know, but Smith Speech is back. Panther Spiders, welcome back. So Mrs. Stevens was a teacher in the end classroom, and in the science room, I don't remember the science room. Then Mr. White's classroom, and then the music room. Mrs. Appleby was a dinner lady. Now, I can't remember her name, but it's because of the Old Cat Middle School dinner ladies that I know my alphabet. She used to hassle me every day, and I really did struggle. And then, you know, the end tabs on cereals, Rice Krispies, we had one that had the alphabet written on it. For what reason, I don't know. And I cut that out and I kept it. And between the dinner lady and that little bit of cereal packet, I learnt my alphabet. And I didn't do it with silly songs. I actually memorized the order of the letters. They couldn't handle me, so I was naughty. I would get upset and not understand work. So I was sent to Fred. Not heard of Fred Nicholson's School. But that to me, based on what you've said about autism, that sounds to me like you weren't naughty. It sounds to me like you were frustrated.
Yeah, that's what it is. You get frustrated.
I went to Blythe.
But they class it as being naughty.
Yeah. Well, this is it. Naughty, as far as schools is concerned, is not conforming to what they're doing. Now, I went to Blythe Jecks after middle school, and I really shouldn't have gone to Blythe Jecks because, not being show-offy or whatever, I was a little bit above everyone at Blythe Jecks. I was put in top classes, but that didn't stimulate me, so I ended up playing up. Now, my mum got remarried to someone in the RAF who got a discount to send me to boarding school, and I struggled because I didn't go in at the beginning, but it was much more of a challenge, and I did learn a lot more there because I was pushed harder. Blythe Jecks, it was like, oh, you finished all your work early? Yeah, just so I used to be doing my homework in class because I finished the classwork. I was bored, so I did my homework. I never did homework at home because I always did it in class because I had everything all finished, which is a clear case of I wasn't pushed hard enough, was I? Now, if you're acting up at school, it's because you're frustrated, really, isn't it? Normally, or you're bored or something. You know, I know a young kid in Glasgow, and he sounds to me like he's a bit too smart for that school because he finds it very boring. So he had black hair, Mr. Jackson. I think his hands were always behind his back, maybe in his pants. But yeah, he always walked about. And didn't he smoke a pipe? Not in front of the kids, you know, not in school. I'm pretty sure he smoked a pipe, though. There's quite a few of the teachers used to smoke because if you ever stood by the staff room and the staff room door was open, God, did it reek of cigarettes. It is shaped as a fiddle in the wood area. I never really thought about that one. Never really thought about that. One man was a paedophile and was sent to prison. He was a school crossing man. I know that one. I can give you the name of that one. So I was very good friends with her 3 kids and her mother. She did an awful lot for the community centre. She had the play schemes going. She used to what do you call these people who look after kids preschool? Not babysitter, but basically parents would drop the kids off, and she'd see her every morning, take about 8 kids to school, and then she'd bring them back, and then she'd feed them all, and it was like absolute chaos. And how she managed, I don't know. And it turns out all along her husband had been grooming kids.
Yeah.
And my friend was one of those that got groomed. And he won't touch on it, but he won't talk about it. It's affected him so much. But I don't know, maybe I wasn't pretty enough, but they used to pay me to walk their dog, Toby, little golden retriever. Beautiful dog. So I used to go around theirs every day to walk the dog. And like I say, I was friends with their son, now their biggest son. absolute massive Mariah Carey fan. Absolutely crazy for Mariah Carey. Their younger son, Christopher, was it Christopher? He was totally different from Ian, and I think they had a youngest son as well. I think, I'm not sure on that, but there were 3 people there. Anyway, Phil and Holly were reported to be there filming for Tuesday. Yeah, so they did not jump the queue, have VIP access, or file past the Queen line in state, but instead they were there in professional capacity as part of the world's media to report on the event. Exactly. So may not be fair. You know, some people who want to see the Queen have to queue for hours and hours, and they just go straight through. But then again, the flip side of the argument, all of those that can't go to see the Queen, now they can see the Queen on TV because of Holly and Phil. So there's a flip side to the argument there. So it says they were in a section filming. Says they did not get to pay. Yeah, I did notice that. I saw the video and it looks like they just literally walked straight past. They didn't even stop. So, you know, so they missed out on something there, haven't they? You know, there's some people, I guess, would want to actually stop at the Queen and say a few words to her, and they didn't get that opportunity. So there's your flip side to it. So in the same way as queuing members of the public, they filmed in a section put aside for the press. I put a drawing pin on Mrs. Stevens' chair, but yeah, it wasn't naughty. It was just frustrated, and they put it down to me being naughty. Yeah, because they didn't understand dyslexia and autism and things in those days. Like only recently, ADHD has become an official thing, isn't it? And even I thought ADHD. I'll admit, I'll put my hands up. You know, I just said, "Oh no, it's not ADHD. It's just misbehaving."
Yeah, that's how I used to say it.
That's it, childminder. That was, why can I think of that word? Yes is all I'm going to say to the comment that isn't on the screen when I said yes. He gets frustrated very easy and teases a lot of peeps. Don't get his sense of humor, but his heart is so big. Sounds to me like a typical autistic person. If you don't mind me asking, you're not obliged to answer this. Do you have funny little traits that other people think, right, I've looked after a girl with learning difficulties, autism and cerebral palsy all rolled into one. And it was little things like when you did a dinner, 2 different things couldn't be touching each other on the plate. And sometimes you'd have to plate some bits of food up. And doing her a Muller yogurt was an absolute nightmare, because the process for doing a Muller corner was you would have to open the lid, throw that lid in the bin. Now, I'm a lid licker when it comes to yogurt. And all I want to do is lick that lid. Not allowed to do that. It's got to go in the bin. Then what I had to do was get a clean spoon, scrape the top of the yogurt off, and that goes in the bin, and then the spoon now goes in the washing up. Then do the same with the filling. That goes in the bin. Then you scrape with another clean spoon, you scrape the yogurt out, put that into a bowl. You can't scrape too hard, right? You've got to get it all out. I'm one of these, I'll be right in the corner. Then with another clean spoon, you get the filling out, put that into a different bowl. Then you put those 2 bowls in front of her with 2 clean spoons. So it would take 6 spoons and 2 bowls to do a yogurt. And that was like that with virtually every meal. She had to have pasta cooked in a specific way. And if she decided she wanted to do something that wasn't right, you had to do it. One day she had me cooking her pasta straight into a saucepan, no water. Right. And I think she was testing me on that one. And I just went, look, I advise you that this isn't a good. I don't care what you think. That's how I want it done. All right, fine. So I warmed this dry pasta through and I put it in a bowl And do you know what? I was watching her, and she knew I was watching her, and she ate every single bit of it. But I think she did that because I was in a bit of a mood that day, and I want to say, "See, told you so." And I know she didn't enjoy one bite of it, but she was so stubborn. And I just wonder how many or all of those are traits of her, and how many are traits of conditions. There we go. So an ITV spokesperson said this morning had press accreditation, and like other media, Philip and Holly were escorted to work from the press gallery by government staff. They did not file past the Queen's coffin. Again, I'm going to give the same answer I gave earlier on. Obviously, this is a bit of a sensitive subject, but yeah. So they were there alongside a host of other broadcasters. So the other broadcasters didn't get tweeted about saying they should be sacked. I take it. And national press outlets for an item that will be broadcast on Tuesday's show. Any allegations of improper behaviour are categorically untrue. Well, the thing is, when you're dealing with anything to do with the Queen, with all the guards and everything, I don't think you could actually do anything improper. You know, you probably get your head cut off for treason, won't you? We will see on Tuesday if they filmed. I thought Smith Speeds was Tasha. No, Smith Speeds is Teresa. But generally speaking, if you see Teresa Smith, that's Teresa of Smith Speeds. If you see Smith Speeds, that's generally Mike, but not always the case.
No.
We reserve the right for it to not be Mike. Sometimes Mike, sometimes Teresa. Yeah, mostly Mike. So hi, it's Haribo's TV. Hi, I have to do things 4 times. Okay, so that's an ACDC. That's an OCD tendency, isn't it?
Yeah, because I have to make sure I've done things 7 times.
Right.
Now, and I cannot do that until I feel safe I've done it.
Yeah. Now I'm not officially OCD or autistic or anything like that, but I do have certain traits. And I have a thing about 3. If I tap anything, I have to tap it another 2 times. And then sometimes I then have to tap it another 6 times, because 3 is lucky, right? But lucky squared is 9. So 9 is lucky squared, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then if I eat things like Smarties, for example, I have to have 3 at a time, and preferably 3 of the same color. But I think the 3 of the same color makes an awful lot of sense, because if you have something like American hard gums, where each color is a different flavor, 3 makes sense, because the first one, you don't really get the full flavor because it tastes a little bit of the last sweet that was in your mouth. And then you got the second one, which is the flavor of what it should be. And then the third one is really the full flavor. So if you keep having one of one color, then one of another, all you're doing really is you're getting a mix of the previous flavor mixed in with. So that's my justification.
My other trait is that I cannot have anything like the volume on odd. It has to be on even numbers.
Yes.
I cannot have nothing on odd.
Yes. So no, I have 2 things combined, right? I have to have the car volume in on the car radio volume. It has to be divisible by 5, and it has to be even. So I tend to have my volume. I mean, it only goes up to 20, but it goes. But I'm now starting to have it on chunks of 5, because 15. But yeah, I can't have my volume on 11.
Everything on my way has got to be even. If I buy something, I have to buy 2 of it, not 1 of it.
Yeah.
I can't deal with odds.
If I'm watching my TV with someone and I have my TV on, say, normally I have it on 5s or evens, but it might be on, say, 14. Someone goes, "Oh, can I just turn that up a bit?" Yeah, no worries. And I go, and it's on 17. And I go, right.
You're right, Mickey. I can't do nothing about your wing.
So I'm like, right, okay, I can handle this. I can handle this. Right. And I'm not going to look silly. Right. And then if they get up, right, that's fine. Because while they're gone, oh, I need to go to the toilet. That's fine. As soon as they go to the toilet, that volume's going up one or down one. Right. But after a while, I'll just be sitting there and I can't enjoy the TV program because the volume's on an odd. So I'll just grab and I'll just go, I'm sorry, and I'll turn it up. But yeah, it has to be even.
Everything mine's got to be
has
even.
To be
I don't know why. It's just one of my traits. I can't deal with odds.
I'm not as bad as just straight even. I mean, I can have 3s and I can have 5s, but 5s is a better number for volumes, or even numbers. But things like volume 7 or volume 17 or 13, no. Even though I consider 13 as a good number because I was born on the 13, so it's got to be a fabulous number, isn't it? I wear number 13 football jersey. Always wear. It just so happens that my favourite football player, Morgan, she wears 13. So 13 is a good number on the football pitch. So is 26. Don't know why. So why? But yeah, no, this thing about doing it 4 times or doing it a certain number of times, that is actually really, really common. I check my front door 3 times, but I think that makes sense because when you walk out of your door every day, things become habit. And when things aren't habit, you don't, and you did I do it because you're not thinking about doing it. So what I actually do is I lock the door, check the handle, then I unlock it and lock it, check the handle, take the key out, check the door, put the key in, and then check it again. Right. And that's justified in my house, in my head, as I know I've done that. And it has become worse since my last lodger left, because although I've changed the locks on the front door, my last lodger still has the key fob to get in the front. So I love my flat because you have to get through two locked doors to get into my house. But because he's still got the key fob, he's only got to get through one.
Yeah.
So it's very, very important I check that door. And it's two big rules I give every lodger. One is you must lock the door and put your keys on the hook. Even if you're in, even if you know I'm in. Obviously, if I'm not in, you must take the key out so I can get back in. And the other one is if you lose your key, I'm charging you 21. No, what am I charging? £21.
If you lose, you said something about that to me before.
Yeah, but the reason for that is £9 for a key cut and 15 quid for a fob.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, anyway. So, but yeah, you say don't know why, but I think it's a lot more common than you think.
It is.
I get obsessed with things. So yeah, you do get obsessed and burn out quickly, and you have your special ways, like not like an odd number and everything in 4s. So yeah, I think maybe it's just lucky numbers taken a little bit too far. I don't know. But I say I'm a little bit obsessed with 3. 3 is my lucky number, and sometimes I go for 9 because I see 9. If 3 is a lucky number, then 9 must be lucky squared, isn't it? That's how I see it. So anyway, I'm not getting anything done, am I?
There you go, there's the birdies.
We're getting to see the birds, are we?
Yeah.
So this is, do you know what? If I finish this stream now, I would say absolutely fantastic stream. Not for the rest of you guys who've had to sit here listening to us reminisce, but for me, absolutely amazing. So it looks like there are some decent people that have come out of Catton. apart from me, obviously, and Norwich. No, there's nothing wrong with Norwich. You know, as long as you don't mind 6 fingers on each hand. And more than one big toe, because you've got webs in now. That's the old joke about Norwich, isn't it?
Yeah.
Web feet and 6 hand fingers.
Chicken feet.
Yeah. Can always
That's
tell a
where
Norfolk.
chicken comes from, Norfolk, isn't it?
It's turkey, actually, but yeah, I'll give you chicken.
Same thing.
Did you know Bernard Matthews started his empire off with 3 fertilized turkey eggs.
Yeah.
Just the eggs, and he actually kept them warm in his living room, and that's how he started off. And he raised those turkeys, killed them, made a bit of money, and then bought some more eggs. And then obviously once he got a little bit bigger, he got into breeding his own turkeys. And here's a fun fact for you that I don't tell many people. One of my very first jobs, apart from like school jobs, was getting turkeys, catching that's a fucking hard job, I tell you, because it's hard to catch a turkey that doesn't want to be caught. And they're a little bit, I'm stating the obvious here, but you don't always realize until you actually come down to it. Turkeys are a bit more bigger and a bit more aggressive than chickens.
Yep.
You don't kind of actually think about that until you try to catch one. And what my job was to how do I put this? Make them a little bit happy and collect the result, so that can be separated and used for other female turkeys.
True.
Because if you leave a male turkey to a female turkey, you only get one turkey pregnant. But if you could separate his result, you can get hundreds of turkeys pregnant with it. And it was my job to do, well, I was one of a lot of people who collected. So, yeah, shall we be really blunt and straight to the point? My first job was a turkey wanker. And you don't get that very often on daytime TV, do you? But you see, when you go into Tesco's and you get your frozen turkey, you don't realise the amount of blood, sweat and tears, and I mean blood, sweat and tears, that I've given up getting your Christmas dinner ready. So just remember me running around with me wellies on, falling in the mud, just so you can have a Christmas dinner.
I'm just not going to say nothing.
No, listen, we all do crap jobs when we were younger. And but I tell you what, working in that turkey factory was absolutely amazing money for me.
One of my friends actually did, Irish, moved over here, did all the same stuff.
Yeah,
but it's such long hours, but it brought in the money.
Yes,
at the same time, and he did that one up until recently.
Yeah.
I won't go into that part, but yeah, he was good at that.
Most of the jobs that were around, I mean, we didn't have minimum wage back then. Even when minimum wage was introduced, it was introduced at £3.60. But most of the jobs were around about, if you're on more than £3 an hour, you've done well.
Yeah.
It's a good job. So £3 an hour would get you £120 a week. By the time you paid tax on that, that would result in about £90 a week. So most people were on around about £90 a week. All right, we were on 10 hours overtime a day, but I was taking home £250 to £300 a week at the age of 19, which wasn't too bad. And if I did weekend overtime, well, weekend overtime was time and a half, and on a Sunday it was double time. And but I say I could take home, over 200 quid a week. I used to have to work really hard for it, and I hated every second of it. And doing ducks was hard because the way they get the down feathers off with ducks is that are there any vegetarians present, by the way? I do apologize, although I don't apologize.
I'm just thinking, where's this conversation going next?
You know what, I actually don't mind upsetting vegetarians, because when have you ever had someone come up to you and ram it in your face that you must eat more beef, or you must drink orange juice? It's like the joke. If you are vegetarian or vegan, I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm sorry, but this is my opinion. But it's like the joke goes: how can you tell when someone's vegan? Because they bloody well tell you. So I'm sorry, and I know a lot of vegetarians, and I'll eat a meat less diet. No, hang on, I'll eat a less meat diet. I'm quite happy to do that. If I get invited around someone who's a vegetarian for dinner, I'll enjoy whatever they give me, unless it's got certain vegetables on it, like broccoli. I can't stand broccoli. Hate broccoli.
I'm just not going to look at a turkey the same way ever again.
No. Do you know what? Actually, in all fairness, I worked in a chicken killing factory, and I love chicken now because I know the processes, and it's so clean, and it's, you do one little job to it, then it goes through a cleaning process, then you do one more little job to it. The giblets are removed, it's cleaned, the feet are cut off, it's cleaned. And it's cleaned at so many stages, and it's one of the cleanest foods that you will eat. I mean, I don't know beef and pork too well, but I trust chicken because the EU processes that are in place, it's law that they have to do this, that, and the other, and it is such a good food. And I do love chicken, and excuse the pun, chicken is cheap. So chicken is very good if you can't afford. I mean, I love beef, but I couldn't eat beef every day because I don't earn that much money. Right, so there we go. Look, we've had a brand new person who probably doesn't know us. Look at that. Natasha needs a channel.
Yeah, how many times have I heard that?
Have I said that?
How many times have I had that recently?
Yep. So thank you, Haribo. You have confirmed exactly what I've been saying. So come on, look. You can tell Haribo is a very smart and intelligent person. And you already know that I'm not just handsome and pretty, and I'm just smart and everything else. Two people can't be wrong, can they?
I'm not saying that.
Wow. I can always
don't know how to do it.
I can always pull out the, are you calling me and Haribo a liar?
No.
There you go then. Even you admit you need your own channel. Ta-da!
Yeah, but I'm too thick at doing that. I got YouTube, but that's set to me. But I don't know how you do channels. It's too hard.
I think it's a big leap that you've done Facebook live videos, and it is a big step. It really is a big step.
And I've only just started getting back into doing lives.
Yeah.
So
I'm
maybe one day.
I'm hoping that you doing lives with me is a general way of building up confidence to do your own, and you do your lives on Facebook as well.
Yeah.
It's far easier to do lives on someone else's channel and then work up to doing your own channel. But the only trouble with that is I don't know how the others feel, but I feel a big difference when you're not here.
Right.
Because we've built this relationship up where we can bounce off each other. We can keep this stream going. We could probably keep this stream going for 12, 24 hours.
Probably could, yeah.
When we finish, it's we could probably continue it. But when you're not here, I get little moments of going, oh shit, I've bombed out now. And then maybe something will come up. Maybe Teresa will say something, and then there's a new subject to talk about, and I'm off again. But
yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah,
it's better with two of you than on your own.
Yeah,
sort of thing. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird when I do Facebook lives via my group. As you know, I do it usually on a Monday. But if I'm with you on a Monday, I won't bother doing it because we've done it 3 or 4 hours in the day anyway.
Yeah.
So I skip it till the time we haven't.
Yeah.
And it's weird because you're just sitting there and it's like you're talking to yourself for a little while. But I do that anyway, but it's just weird.
Yeah. Do you know, I think I might have to ban Haribo from my channel because the comments are flowing so much. I've not got anything done. So Natasha needs a channel. Hashtag Natasha needs a channel. We'll have to start that. We'll have to start the hashtag Natasha needs a channel movement. 4 times or something bad will happen. Or touch with my left hand for my right hand. No, this is where I come a cropper. If I tap something with my foot, obviously I have to do it 4 times. Then I'll tap it 3. Did I say 4? I have to do it 3 times. Then I tap it with my other foot 3 times. But now I've done 6, so I need another 3 taps. But I've only got 2 feet. So how do I do it? Do I tap it with my left foot and then my right foot hasn't been tapped so much, or do I do it with my right foot? If I split it, how do I do half a tap? So I end up tapping it 18 times. So, oh my God, no, not 3. Got to have 2, 4, 6, or so on. Now, it depends what it is. I couldn't have a TV channel on 3. I mean, you wouldn't be able to hear it anyway, but TV channel 3, no. But I couldn't eat like 15 Smarties in one mouthful. Yes, no odd numbers. So this one I like. Natasha would come and wash my dishes 7 times. I guess I hate to wash.
Loves men's, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you wash your dishes 7 times?
No, but if I've got a mess on, if I can't get it right, I'll rewash them. Yeah.
I will confess, my dishes get washed twice, but that's generally because my lodger can't wash up. He washes up in cold water.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he has it right. So tell me I'm right or wrong. I really don't care. I won't change. I don't have a rinse bowl. I just put suds in and I wash up and I put them on the draining board. And he complains to me that I haven't rinsed them. And I said, yeah, but at least I use soap suds.
Yeah.
You just rinse them with cold, and you pick a cup up and it slips out of your hand because it's got grease on it. And you're like, well, how can that be washed? So, So, hi, Mr. Birdie.
That must be Minnie and Mickey talking about.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's Mrs. and Mrs. Birdie.
Yeah, Mrs. and Mrs.
Yep. Because we don't judge here. We don't judge here. If we have 2 female birds in one cage, that's absolutely fine on this channel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 misses.
Natasha, oh, there we go. Like dating site here now. Natasha, because with the odd thing, you and Haribo, perfect. And she's from Norwich too. So this is what's this? Plenty More Fish. Maybe that should be the title of my.
Plenty More Fish on Penny's channel.
Yeah, Plenty More Fish. LOL. If I pick something up and accidentally touch the floor, I have to do it 4 times with each hand. I'm confused there. Right. What do you mean by accidentally touch the floor? Because you'll be on the floor. Your feet are on the floor. And how would
that's where I'm a bit confused. A little bit.
I check the door 4 times. When I lock my motorbike up, walk away, I go back 4 times. See, that isn't totally. See, maybe because I do a similar thing, I don't think that's crazy.
No, I don't.
If your motorbike got stolen, you haven't
turkeys.
locked it properly, what are the implications to you? You know, if I didn't lock my car, I can't get to work if someone's stolen it. So because I do a similar thing, I don't think that's totally crazy. But if you are one of these people who just go click and walk away, maybe you do think it's crazy. We're being held by Tasha on her hip.
Oh, it must have been when I'm walking around somewhere.
Right. Oh, right, because you're on your phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
We're in the toilet, LOL. Ooh, put the kettle on. No sugar, I'm sweet enough. Are you for hire? Oh, that's getting a bit rude there. LMFAO. I will never look at turkey same way again.
No, same with me.
Well, actually, I can imagine a turkey looking at me. Did you know my great-grandfather?
A turkey plucker.
Oh, it reminds me of a joke. There's this old man sitting on a park bench, and this punk rocker sits down next to him, and he's got every single colour in his hair: pink, blue, purple, red, the lot. And this old man's staring at him. And so this punk rocker, eventually he's had enough, and he stares at me. He says, "What's your problem, old man?" He said, "Oh, I'm ever so sorry for staring at you." He said, "When in my younger, wilder days, I fucked a parrot. I just wondered if you might be my son." No, okay. Natasha's notorious for not getting my jokes.
Yeah, I'm a little slow when I get to your jokes, aren't I? Because half the time you got to explain them to me.
Yeah. Right, won't be able to look at a turkey again without seeing you desperming a turkey in my head. Yeah, it's a sight you can see. My first weekly wage was £27 a week. Yeah, my first actual payment for a job, I was doing newspapers, and I got £3.60 a week, and then I was getting £5 a week pocket money. So my mum, she says to me, "Because you're earning, I'm going to reduce your pocket money, and I'm going to charge you board." So I was actually worse off than I was before. So then I got a morning round. So my mum reduced my pocket money altogether. So I went out and got a Sunday paper round as well, and went, you can't reduce my pocket money anymore because I got none left. But it turned out what my mum was doing was the board money she was charging me, she was putting in her jar, and she gave it back to me at Christmas. So that's kind of how I've never been good at saving, but I've known how to save. My mum was brilliant at saving. So I'm going to teach everyone watching this, all 7 people. I'm going to teach you a Norfolk word, and the word is diddlums. Have you heard of the word diddlums, Natasha?
I've heard the what?
The word diddlums.
Heard of it, but I don't know what it means.
Right, so you're probably way too young. So what diddlums is, when many years ago, you used to have people come round every week to collect the money for whatever, you know, whether it be insurance or milk money or newspapers or whatever. So what people used to do, they used to have a load of jars, and they'd put in like £3 for the papers or £4 for the gas and so much for this and so much. And they were known as diddlums jars. So you used to have the diddlums man come round to collect the money, and they'd knock round, usually on a Friday night. Friday night they used to come round because most people got paid Friday, so they come round on payday. So you put all your money in jars, and they were known as diddlums.
Never knew that.
Yeah, and my mum taught me a fantastic way of saving, which is if you have a monthly bill of, say, for example, £10, and you got paid weekly, you put £2.50 away every week, because it's kind of commonly accepted there's 4 weeks in a month. Yeah. So you would put £2.50 in each jar or whatever, you know, whatever. Right. Now, what will happen is every 3 months, there's 5 weeks in a month, but you're still putting that £2.50 aside. Yeah. So what would happen is every 3 months, you would have £2.50 left over. Right now, all right, we're talking small amounts here, but if you multiply that by many jars, right, each one is say £10 a month.
Yeah.
You are saving £25 every 3 months excess money. Now, when my mum first introduced that to me, I thought it was some kind of clever sorcery. How can you conjure up money from nothing? You know, I'm putting the first thing I ever bought was a snooker cue from my mum's catalogue. I used to give her £1 a week out of my paper round money.
Yeah.
And every so often, I would get £1 back. And I'm like, what is this sorcery? And that is the maths. It's because of how many Saturdays there are in the month. So when there's 5 Saturdays in a month, you're actually saving an extra week. And that's how I still save. So, for example, my rent is £440 a month. So I put £110 a week away, which reminds me my rent is due in 3 days. So what happens is every 3 months, I've got £110. Now, £110 is a worthwhile amount, isn't it?
Yeah.
So every 3 months, I have £110 extra that I can either save in my little diddlums pot, or I can go, well, hey, I've got an extra £110. Let's go and buy lots of cider and White Lightning and Buckfast. So, yeah. But yeah, my first pay packet was about £3.60. I then got a job at a supermarket and I was getting a whopping, get this, £1.50 a week, an hour. And it used to be great school holidays. I'd do a full-time week. And then my first proper job was working at, Haribo will know this, Sprowston Manor Hotel. That was my first job when I left college, as well as doing things like killing chickens and things like that. So, yeah, that was my first good job. Pensive, you sound like a YTS survivor. Yeah, wasn't that what YTS used to get? About 20 quid a week? You got more than that on unemployment benefit. But
Yeah.
you had the job and you were learning the skills. Gobble. Hell yes, Mike. Where is our coffee? Probably still in your cupboard. Pencil Surprises, 1986 was my first YTS. See, I was 14 then. I have no... Right, so I don't know if I've told you. I know I've mentioned it before. I do not do emojis. I don't get them. So I'm guessing that means something like... I'm guessing the bottles are something to do with being a child. So I'm guessing you're calling... I'm guessing you're calling Haribo a mere child. 85 for me. Thank goodness. That is my coffee, LOL, out of a bottle. Chicken is white meat and it's healthy. Well, okay, so I do have the firm belief that everything is fine in the correct moderation. So if you want to go and have your McDonald's, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But eating McDonald's every day is not quite so good. And my IBS is telling me what that party food from Iceland is not the best thing to have 2 or 3 days running. I'm being affected by it. So. Everything's fine. I mean, I've had a bit of a binge. Actually, I have felt worse today because just before the stream, I've had 2 mini rolls. One tea cake. You cannot live in Glasgow and not eat Tunnocks tea cakes. Although I got told off the way I eat these. So, right, this is the way I eat a Tunnocks tea cake. Right, it's a bit messy, but what I do is I just jab my thumbnail in there, and then I just go all the way around, like so. Like that.
And you're doing that over your picture and hoping not to get chocolate all over.
But I do it in such a way that I don't. See, now I've made perforations in chocolate, I can pull that off, And now I eat that bit. Right, and then I'll eat the biscuit. But no, I'm told that is not the Glaswegian way to eat it. The Glaswegian way to eat it is just shove it in the whole lot in your gob. And,
you shouldn't have any trouble doing that one.
Yes, Natasha, 8TS time to do it.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, it could be channel.
Oh, yeah. If I can do it, you can. Yeah, but you can't pencil, can you? Because you get a phone call in your stream freezers.
That's what I will get on my phone. And Penny would purposely ring me through it.
I actually would, you know. I'm
So,
sorry, but
I
I would.
it.
Yeah, no, I would. I am a meanie like that. So what? Penny lost for words? No way. Natasha, I'm proud of you. I challenge you by Christmas. Do a challenge.
No, Penny will ring me.
No, do you know what? I tell you what, I'll call an amnesty, right? If you do a channel by Christmas, I promise you at least. Tell you what, look, my lucky number's 3, isn't it? So I guarantee you I will not call you on your first 3 lives.
Yeah.
No, come on, look.
Still Penny forgets.
No. Look, right. I am a lady of honor, and I have told you 3 is my lucky number. So I promise you, with everyone here as my witness, I will not do anything disruptive on at least the first 3 streams.
I'll hold you against that.
I can't make any guarantees for the 4th, but I guarantee the first 3. Is there anyone?
I'll hold that against you, so don't forget.
No, I listen. If I make a promise, you know, one of the family traits that we have is we may not have money, but we are people of our word. Wherever possible. If I've ever broken a promise, I guarantee you it's not on purpose. So thank you, Pencil Surprises. You two are good together. Even number squirts of fairy liquid. Now, I'm not so bad with fairy liquid. I can do the 1 squirt, but the strength of that squirt is dependent on the dishes. If I'm washing up V's stuff.
What are you doing?
If I'm washing up the lodger's washing up, then it's a big generous squirt, and it has to be. I also have 2 bottles of washing up liquid. I have the cheap stuff. If you're just washing up like 1 or 2 things, I'll use the cheap one. But if I'm doing a good old proper load of washing up, I use the. I do like the proper the red fairy.
You're hanging upside down, you weirdo.
So Natasha's not even listening to me. I can say what I like about. Oh, hello, Natasha, you're back.
I have to watch 2 little girls when they're eating.
Why don't you put them in front of you then?
I don't want them in front of me because Teresa won't be able to see them.
Is your lodger a turkey? Do you know what? I will not have a bad thing said about my lodger, not even as a joke. He is a lovely guy, really. He has his little faults, but who doesn't?
We all have faults, though, don't we?
He does. He's a typical bloke in that when although I'm teaching him to use the cooker, he was boiling some beans and an onion this morning, and he had the gas stove turned up about 1/4. I was really proud of him, but when he first moved in, he only knew 2 settings on the cooker, full or off. That was it, and he actually set fire to. He was boiling spaghetti. And he actually set fire to it. It was actually on fire. Because you know where you put the spaghetti in and as it bends, it goes down. But the bits that were sticking out the side, the flames come up so high, they actually caught the end of this. And they were like little little sticks, really. And they were on fire. And that set the fire alarm off. And everything in my kitchen is covered in grease. Where he's fried things so hot, the steam, you get this greasy steam.
Yeah.
And everything is covered in grease. Even I've got I've got those little plastic containers that I put on top of the cupboards. They're full of grease as well. So how I hate to think what my ceilings are like. My land, I'm not going to get my deposit back, am I? He's gonna look at those ceilings and go, no, that's it. You've lost
just
all
get a
your
big
deposit.
roller and just paint over it, innit?
Well, yeah, but the paint isn't going to stick to the ceiling because it's all going to be full of grease.
I don't know then. You probably won't get your deposit back then.
Probably not. So, but no, he's a good guy. He is a good guy, and he's got different. The current thing now is he leaves all the windows up. He's Eastern European. I think this is an Eastern European thing. He has all the windows in the house open, and I just freeze to death. And I just he opens them, I close them. No one says anything, but he opens, I close, and you can always tell who's been in what room last by whether or not the windows are open or shut. Yeah. And you'll hear me in the morning if he gets up before me and he goes into the shower. I don't have a problem with him leaving the window open in the shower, because obviously,
well, no, because you don't want mold going in your bathroom.
No, but if he's had a shower before I get up, first thing I need to do is go to the toilet. You'll hear me go into the toilet and I'll go, for Jesus' sake, every morning. Usually just as I sit down on the loo. Reminds me of the days when my granddad, he used to live up Heartsease. He had an outside toilet. And they didn't just have outside toilets. They had toilet seats that were made of like concrete or something. Yeah. So your bum was so... And he had newspaper for toilet paper. He used to cut up squares of newspaper.
Yeah.
So you'd go to the toilet and you come back with a picture of Margaret Thatcher tattooed to your bum.
Oh, yeah. You just imagine that on Penny.
See, if you told the kids these days, they're like, what?
Yeah, what are you on about?
Oh, here's one. I was watching a comedian yesterday, and this made me laugh because it really was. This is probably more applicable to the older people like myself. Right. Who here doesn't understand the meaning of the word draft?
Depends which way.
Draft as in draft coming in your house. And you used to have the little, used to have a draft excluder made out of tights or something.
Yeah.
Put down, and then your dad would shove little bits of toilet paper in the lock.
Yeah.
But who here did not go to bed to this sound? Anyone, I bet you anyone over the age of 50 went to bed with that sound.
I did I know I went over 50, but I know when I was living in Northreps, we had a house just like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Northreps, Norfolk, obviously.
Yeah.
And
Northreps. That's one of
this
the
house didn't have
Northreps is one of the few places in Norfolk that is actually pronounced the way it's spelt.
Yep, Northreps, Southreps, Northreps, yeah. Southreps.
And you've got a place in Norfolk called Little Snoring, haven't you?
Yep. My stepdad would do well there because all he done was snore. That place would suit him. 2
female birds, I'm not complaining. Plenty more turkeys. I love what you say. See what you did there. Natasha and Haribo wouldn't work. Haribo even numbers and Natasha odd numbers. Together they would always come to an odd number. Haribo would go insane. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean for hire with what you doing turkeys. MFO Mike. Smiley face. I know what that one means. That's a picture of a turkey. I know that one. Lightning. Thanks. That's a blast. Forgot about that. Oh, and Thunderbird. Yes, that was Paint Stripper, wasn't it? Thunderbird. That was nasty stuff. And
never drank it.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Don't you think it's quite ironic that the alcohol of choice for the homeless is called Tenants?
Mm.
Memory.ik. Memories, Mike. Okay, I can see what happened there. Thunderbirds, I do remember correct. They did red label and blue label. Okay. Is that like the Milky Way advert? The red car and the blue car had a race. Red one to do is stuff his face.
I used to love that advert.
I did. It's my favourite advert. Yes,
I miss that advert.
Don't eat takeaways at all. Love chicken and steak. Yeah, that's fine. If you don't do takeaways, that's fine. We tend to do takeaway once a month. I'll tell you the story, even though a lot of people like it. I've heard it, sorry. When my current lodger moved in, I'm trying to find L on here and I can't find it. Maybe I'm not looking for L. Right, so when my lodger first moved in, I gave him a choice to pay weekly or monthly, and he chose monthly. So the amount I charge per month is slightly more than 4 times the weekly amount. But it works out, because I've rounded things off, I think you'll pay like 30 quid a year more if you pay weekly. But he's chosen weekly, fortnightly, monthly. But he moved in February. So when March came around, he owes me a month's rent, but he's only been here for exactly 4 weeks. So he actually ended up paying me £40 more than had he been paying weekly. So although it was his choice, and and everyone says no, you shouldn't really worry about it, I did feel a little bit bad that he could have said, and he could have got away with saying, I'll pay you weekly, and then when March comes, he goes, I'd like to start paying you monthly. That would have been fine. So as a bit of a compromise, I bought us takeaway. We had Domino's pizzas, I think, and we enjoyed it so much. Excuse me, I'm gonna have a drink.
Get a drink then.
There we go, that's better. Right, so we enjoyed that takeaway so much, and we don't eat a lot of takeaway. We decided we're going to do takeaway once a month. So the first month we had pizza, next month we had Chinese, and the next month we had an Indian, and we vary it.
Yeah.
One month we didn't have takeaway so much. We just bought pizza from Asda, and they did this pizza and drinks deal. So we bought that and we just chucked the pizzas in the oven. And I've forgotten where this is going now. So that's our takeaway. We only really do it once a month, and every now and again I might get myself a McDonald's on the way, but most of my McDonald's is, I do eat a lot more McDonald's actually. If I'm on the way home from work and I just can't I'm so tired, I just want to eat and not spend any time doing anything, I might nip in McDonald's and get one of their breakfast rolls. But there's nothing healthy in Scotland anyway. Everything, if you find something healthy, they'll find a way of making it unhealthy, like coating it in batter and frying it. Actually, that's a lie. Porridge is quite healthy. Eat the bottom, then the top is the Wolverhampton way. Eat the bottom, then the top is the I'm confused there. I got a feeling that was a conversation so long ago I can't remember. It was actually about a quarter of an hour ago. Oh, right, yeah. That's regarding the tea cake, isn't it? So eat the bottom and then the top. See, now the bottom, because the bottom's got a bit more substance to it, being biscuit. I like that bit, and that's why I'm gonna save the best bit till last. So when I eat my dinner, I always have one piece of meat, which just one mouthful that I save for last. But you don't used to do that with my granddad. If you had like sausage and mash, right, and you're saving the sausage for last, he'll go, "Oh, don't you want that?" Stab it with a fork and nick it, and it's gone. So when you were around my granddad's not with us anymore, but when you were around my granddad, you used to eat all the sausages first and then leave the mash till last. So, right, tea cakes, how I eat them. Give them to Teresa. I hate mallow. True Penny, I think you and Haribo will do that. I will annoy Pencil Surprises and Penny's Pit Stop can annoy Tasha. You won't annoy me. You won't annoy me. Oh my God. Remember when school? Oh God. Yes. So yeah, do you remember old school toilet paper? Toilet paper, it was like tray. On one side, you'd scratch your behind, and if you did it that way, you'd spread everything around and make it even worse. You had to make sure you used the paper around the correct way.
Yeah.
And if you couldn't get it wet, could you? You couldn't splash it with water. It would just slide. It would just run off.
That was shit toilet paper, must admit.
It was terrible, but it was better as tracing paper than it was as toilet paper. But I mean, I've used some rough toilet paper. That's no. So, have you heard the new woke thing?
Don't know.
So this made me laugh. There's a school in Britain that are now installing. Right, get this. You got to listen to the full thing. They are now installing cat litter trays into their gender-neutral toilets because some people are identifying as cat. But you've got to listen to the whole thing. It's not just the fact they put a cat litter tray down. It's the fact that you've got gender-neutral toilets, which kind of, I don't know if it annoys me. I just think there's a lot of potential problems there. So I still use outside toilet. So who had a penny in the bathroom going, ooh, yes, I do remember spending a penny. But you know where that saying came from, don't you, spending a penny?
Okay.
Do you know where the expression spending a penny came from?
No.
So when I think it was Victorians invented public toilets. And you used to have to pay 1 penny to use them to contribute towards the upkeep of them.
Yeah, now we just got to pay 20p each time we want to piss.
Well, you obviously haven't been in London, then, have you?
Don't want to go in London. I've been there once.
Oh, you know what?
It drove me mad.
I do not miss it this week. Right, so yes, we did penny and still get the sound from behind my living room. That's it. Yeah, that's the draft. Yeah. Ooh. You get Australians, they don't even know what the word draft means. So, Haribo, Penny makes models too. Do you know what? I did the my latest 4 issues of Eddie Stobart yesterday.
Have you? Were they pre-recorded ones or not?
Yes, yeah. Now I've often said I've been very, very lucky. I've not had many defective parts, and I got not 1 but 2 screws that snapped, which is an absolute disaster because it means that I need 2 issues to replace. Let me go and get it. I think I'll see if the fix that I've done has worked. I'll be back in a sec.
1 should be back now.
So big spoilers coming up. This is 2 issues, not 1. So you put these 2 chassis pieces together. Can I nick the full screen?
Yep, go ahead.
I can shut you out. So you put these 2 chassis pieces. This is the left chassis, possibly the right. And my speculation is that this front bumper is going on there, which then means the other chassis arm is going on there, right? And which means the back wheels are going to be about there, and the front wheels, and that's just the cab. So that ain't little, is it?
No,
now, where it went wrong was you've got these wires that go in, and you've got these little holders there. Now, there and there, the head of the screw snapped off. Now, the trouble with that is that this is one issue and this is another, which means I need two issues replaced. Now, what I tried to do there, and I think it's worked, is rather than wait 2 or 3 weeks for replacement issues, I've glued, it's only all it does is that just holds that wire in, and it doesn't hold it in tight, as you can see. It just holds it in. So I put 2-part epoxy glue on. Now that's been setting for 24 hours. Yeah, that's held. Now, I've also put a bit of red electrical tape there. I used red. You'll never guess why I used red. I'm not sure if this is going to be seen. So what I actually did was I overdid the glue a little bit, the resin. Then if that is going to be seen, what I can do is just sand that down and then just put a little dab of gloss red paint over it. But if it's not going to be seen, but look, I had 2 screws snap on me. I've never had that happen once. I'm not ever really had. Thankfully, I mean, people who know me know that I will try to fix things. I've had a couple of small issues before, and I've just gone, oh, so I'll do this. I think I've managed to fix it by putting the glue in, or 2-part epoxy. That's what did I use? I used Gorilla Weld for that, and it stinks. But hopefully that's done the job. So I don't like to get replacement issues, mainly because it's going to hold the build up for a few weeks. So but it kind of gives you an idea of the size of the cab. We've still got the trailer to come as well. So God knows how I'm going to get the trailer in shot, a camera shot. So bear with me. I'm going to have to shut the door, living room door, because there's a draft and it's freezing. Probably because V's left his bedroom windows open. Probably got them wide open with the fans going as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Right, Penny School Days. I'm a fan of Jack Richards. Do you know any places that sell Jack Richards plastic models? But I can be honest with you, I don't know of Jack Richards.
Google it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Google knows everything.
Yeah. Google told me I was going to die the other day when I said I've got an itch. So I looked up on Google Doctor, and it said you need to go to hospital now. Oh, I know Jack Richards. Jack Richards is the truck company, isn't it? No. Right. According to Google, it says drug gang leader jailed after runners caught red-handed. And then there's it comes up with a picture of this. I don't think this is the Jack Richards you mean.
See, Google comes up with
Let's put Jack Richardson. Let's put Jack Richards models. Yes, of course. Yes. Do you know one of my ex-landlords is a Jack Richards driver based in Fakenham, I believe.
Fakenham, yeah.
Yeah. And I do see them on the road a bit. So
my uncle, I think, drove for them as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did.
I don't know what they're like to work for, but they do have recognisable trucks, don't they? Big yellow one. As in Airfix kits. Don't pay if you have a radar key. Now, I'm told I can be entitled to a radar key, but I think in this day and age, I think I can go, I identify as a as a truck wheel nut. Can I have a radar key, please? Got to ask, sorry, just a small question. Why is that square? Why is that square upper left for? Which square?
Can you see it? Above your ruler.
Oh, what, this one and this one? Oh,
Yeah, that one on the left.
Someone didn't see the start of the show, did they? Right,
Well,
so what I've been doing, I'm going to steal the full screen again. Right, so what I've done is I was doing ruler. But what happens when you do that is that this bit's quite low and this bit's quite high. And this one's like quite awkward to reach. So what I've done is I've done ruler up to there, and then ruler. But as you can see, this is the width of this is slightly bigger than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rulers. It's about 8 1/4 rulers. Yeah. So this is how much it's too short by. And then this one, and then once I finish this, I'm going to have another square there.
Was that because you started without the ruler?
No. I've got it all evened up. But like you see that there's one ruler width, there's one ruler width, there's a ruler width there, and then one ruler width, one ruler width, which then leaves that much space in the middle, which as you can see is a little bit bigger than one ruler. So I come in this side, then I come in this side, then I come in this side, then that side. And then what it does, it means that my working area is this width there. So what that has resulted in is I can now shift up. Let me see if I can show you this. So there is the top of the diamond painting. There is the top of the light pad there. I can now start to shift this up because as I shifted it up a little bit, what happened is this number plate that we've done, that was right on the bend. And every time I leant over, I see I've lost a drill there. So I managed to lift it up. Now, if I can just go 2 more lines, which is these 2 there, I can actually pull the bottom of this up so that it's fully on the light pad.
Right, got you.
So it's just where I've tried to keep this as a nice working area. See, I've got this much width. So it's probably a little bit crazy, but you yourself earlier on said, Natasha, everybody has their own way of working. That is now my way of working. I've never worked on anything this big, and it's took a little bit of, you got to work a routine out. If I was doing nothing bigger than a 40 by 60, then I could place the whole thing on. I could do squares, or I could do this bit. I'm actually thinking of getting something, and I think it's Pencil Surprises that do it. I'm going to cut the whole thing up into squares, big squares, and I'll number the squares, and then we'll do like some kind of funny little prize. I'll ask a question or something, and whoever gets it right can pick the next square in the next stream or something like that. You know, no actual proper prizes or anything, but just a little bit of fun.
I did that with one of my pictures. I think it was last year with my friend.
Right.
And he's into birds, so I called it a magic owl because it's an owl picture. And I just named it. And what I'd done with him, he's over in Hungary, and I said, I put a load of numbers all over my picture, and I knew he was going to pick the darkest corner for last.
Yeah.
So I basically told him he's an asshole.
Yeah. But would you say there was any level of success with that? You know, a bit of fun?
It was a bit of fun, actually, because I think of the way I was working.
Yeah.
I would probably done it the boring way. And it somewhat split the picture up a bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, my theory is that if you can get your viewers involved in any way, even if it's just what square do you want to pick next, then, you know, that's got to be good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I did with my picture, got my friend involved. But that was, I wasn't doing back to doing lives in the group by then.
Yeah.
It's only been this year, month or so, I've slowly worked my way back into them.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it's one of the things I do like. I mean, obviously, I'd love my channel to grow massive, but the size it is at the moment, anyone who comments, I've got the time. I don't always pick it up immediately, but I've got that time to, you know, everyone who takes the time and effort to make a comment will get that comment mentioned. There's a rather large streamer I see, and there's so many comments that the only comments that he actually calls out are the super chats where people have actually paid to have their chat highlighted, and that's fine. You know, I mean, I'd love to pay to make a comment because it helps. He does a lot of good work on his channel, and my knowledge of Game of Thrones and House of Dragons wouldn't be as great as it is now without him. But yeah, but at the moment I will get round to all comments. So right, take care, Mike. Right, so Haribo loves trucks and trains. So in case you weren't aware already, I am in the process of building the Eddie Stobart truck from Harshette, which is going very, very well. Funnily enough, I had a comment. I'm also doing some very old part work of the Flying Scotsman. I have got a few videos up, and that's on hold. I will be completing that, and that's a very old school type of part work. The part works that you get these days, it's pretty much here's a piece, screw it together or plug it in or whatever. The Flying Scotsman's a little bit different in that the majority of the issues are sheets of brass. So you have to cut them out of the fret, and you have to shape them and maybe paint them and glue them or you know, however you put them together. And it's a lot harder work because it's a lot more old school. But yeah, so I'm doing the Eddie Stobart, and I will be doing the I've just mentioned it and I've forgotten the name of it, the Flying Scotsman. So yeah, so from Fakenham Turners. I didn't realise Turners had took them over. Turners, useless fact for you. I won't call it a fun fact. Do you remember the Soham murders? The bodies were actually dumped outside Turners. Is it Turners of Soham? But the bodies were dumped. No, it was something there. No, it was Aria Flakenheath, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But Turners were involved in some way. Not involved, but I'm pretty sure. Was that where they were abducted from, near Turners?
Something like that.
Or am I just associating?
Now, isn't it?
Am I just associating Turners of Soham with Soham? I can't remember now.
You might be, but I can't remember. It's that long ago.
Yeah, but I always, unfortunately, I always think of that every time I see a Turner's truck. And now both Jack Richards and Turners, they have depots outside of Norfolk. Obviously, it makes sense with their distribution network. I know they've got some depots sort of Manchester-y, Birmingham-y way. Which makes perfect sense if you're a logistics company. So the trucks that I'm seeing on the road probably aren't the ones from Norfolk. But yeah, so LOL, Jack Richards and Sons. Yeah, that's the one. That's a photo of me you just showed. I'm sorry, Mike. I should have asked permission first, shouldn't I? Well, my body was
probably his dreams.
Yeah. Be right back, Potty. Holds out a nappy. No, sorry, I was late for the start of the show. Well, that's naughty of you.
I mean, he needs to go in detention.
Yes, you are in detention.
But then again, I should have done as well. So
no, well, you did offer a reason before the stream started, didn't you?
True.
I did only tell you about half an hour before, but. So pounds, that was quick, wasn't it? It was like about 5 seconds. That's how long it took me to go from that comment to that comment.
Yeah.
So Pound Spider's brought me here and been lurking a few times, but only today have I spoken. You both bounce off each other and are great as a team. I gotta go for tea. Well, I told you that before, haven't I, Natasha?
Yeah.
I don't understand why your confidence is as low as it is. It shouldn't be. So Haribo, have a great day and stay safe. Huggies to everyone. Same to you, Haribo. Really lovely meeting you.
Definitely.
So yes, release sheets. You going, Haribo, and it's fun with release sheets. You never know what you will work on. And my son and Haribo love to pick the selections, plus the stickers on them really means something to all my viewers. Yeah, it's partly you that kind of give. I mean, it's not a unique idea, but you mentioned it, and I thought, yeah, actually, that is a really good idea. So when I do a smaller one, you know, I might do something for the viewers. Maybe if we can find a mental Christmas picture or something, and it could be like a kind of a roundabouty way advent calendar, but it won't be an advent calendar because it'll probably take me months to complete. But you know, that sort of thing. Maybe if I could find a customer or an actual diamond painting that has like each square will have something in it, so it can be a big collection of things. So each square would be totally different from another square, but the whole thing will blend as a whole. You know,
I get what you mean. That's going to be you'd have to hunt for that picture, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe
Google
we could do a picture of. I tell you what would be good. I know we don't do religion, but if you did something, for example, like the Last Supper, you could have one picture could be a different person sitting at the table. You know, I'm not going to do that because we don't do religion on this channel, but well, we do, but we don't. We don't do it in a big way.
No.
But you know what I mean. I was using that as an example. So that's all right, because if Mike missed the beginning of the show, that means he missed all my criticisms of this custom and how awful it is, really.
Probably best he missed it then, wasn't it?
No, all it was I've noticed that where I've been working on this for a while now and I've been touching it a lot, you've got this little tiny gap there where the two bits of double-sided tape meet, and where there's been a lot of contact, it's not quite as efficient anymore as the rest of it. So I'm quite keen to get this one more line down, and then we've officially completely passed the halfway line. But down here I had a few issues, and this bit there, that's my fault. That's where I was working out the squares and I worked them out wrong. So I've ended up cutting, and that bit's just come off. But this bit's coming off as well. Again, that's where I've done it wrong. But once I get to about there, it'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, you also missed my really daft comment about. I said maybe I'm watching too much Game of Thrones or House of Dragons, but there's a bit of a green invasion happening, and no one seems to be noticing it. You've got a little bit of green, and this green at the top there, we all loved that green because that's brought up the destination blind number. But now as we get lower, there's just the odd fleck of like there's a fleck of really bright green, and it's not really noticeable. But once we get to about there, where my finger is right at the bottom, suddenly, you know, if you know the sound with Game of Thrones, winter is coming. Once we get to there, green is definitely here.
Yeah, green is definitely there.
But I'm really, I mean, it wasn't done like that deliberately. It's just pure coincidence. It has to be because this is a custom of a photograph. But the way that green, the more that you start to get fed up with grey and blue, the more green starts to come in.
Yeah. And
it's just really, really nice. I couldn't, if I'd have worked this out, I couldn't have done it any better. There's enough going on that the interest levels are there. You know, so I've got the browns over there, blues in the middles, and the greys in various places. And I say, like, here is a bit of grit blue, and here is a bit more green and grey. And it just keeps those interests. If you're sitting there doing the same colour over and over, it can get a little bit tiresome. But because we're completely changing colours, And let me pull this up even higher. Let me actually, I'm going to steal the full screen.
Still full screen.
So if you see that on this side, it's mainly brown. On this side, it's mostly blue. And then you got the greys in the middle. So you're actually doing, it's almost like you're doing 3 different diamond paintings at the same time. The only thing is I'm getting these horrible lines where the squares are meeting.
Yeah, but once, because I can see that, but once it's in the frame or the light,
oh yeah, definitely,
you
definitely.
can't see it.
Like if I turn the light pad off,
you cannot see
you
it.
can't see it. But it's just me being a bit too much of a perfectionist.
So you can't see it. I can't even see them. Every picture's like that for me.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
like, that does my head in. There's me trying to move them around. I'm thinking, as soon as I
Yeah.
turn the light pad off, I can't bloody see them.
Yeah, that's exactly how I am. You know.
And it's like,
and bearing in mind that you need to sort of look at this from a distance of about 4 foot to get the best effect. Right, Pencil Surpriser says, let me say something. I'm a large lady, housebound and bipolar and borderline personality disorder. If I can do a channel, you can, my friend, and I will help any way I can. Okay. So yeah, every minute or two we give you one less reason to not have your own channel. But what I'm going to say is I'm not pushing you because I know what it's like. If you jump in too early, it can really affect you. When I started streaming, I did videos that had no sound. And then I did videos, the first sound I introduced, I never had me on camera. And it took me an awful long time before I actually went on camera. And then I did my first live. And most of my first lives were done on Twitch. And Love Minis will tell you that if you think I'm bad now, I was absolutely terrible back then. I really was awful. And I think my very first stream, oh God, I wanted to cry. I'm like, what have I just done? And it's just you don't really know what to say.
no.
And one of the things, there's a couple of YouTubers out there that what they're doing is they're talking to the comments. And what they need to be doing is talking with the comments. One of the biggest problems I have, which I don't think is as bad as it used to be, is you need to respond to the comments within a timely fashion. But I don't like to interrupt what I'm doing in order to see the to respond to the comments. So you kind of need to try and blend it in. So if you stop and but then if you stop, respond to a comment, and then sit there waiting for a response, you've got about 2 or 3 minutes downtime where nothing is happening on the stream while you're waiting for a response to happen. And while I acknowledge individual viewers, the show, this is going to come out the wrong way. I don't mean it to. The show isn't about me or you or Pencil Surprisers or Haribo or Mike. It's about all of us.
Yeah.
So while I will respond to you and I will, you got to make it interesting for everyone. Like, we just had a big chat about my school days, and hopefully there's enough in there that anyone who didn't come from Norfolk will still get the gist of things, and maybe there's some prompts there for memories from their school. Hopefully good memories, not bad memories. And it's all about keeping it relevant. If I was, I don't know, maybe someone said to me, how do you do such and such? So I'm spending the time showing them how to do something. And then maybe Mike made a comment and I just stopped what I was doing. I've gone, hi, Mike, how are you? And then focus totally on him, leaving someone going, well, hang on, you were showing me how to do so-and-so. Now you've stopped.
Yeah.
Now, you can't isolate one person to include somebody else. And it's getting that blend. And it did take me quite a few streams to do that. And now I try to treat everybody like everybody's welcome on my stream. I try to have that attitude, and hopefully it works. And I know I've had quite a few people that have said to me, "Oh, I lurked for a while until I had the confidence to say something." And I hope that, you know, most people I notice the first time they say something, it's usually something like "hello." And then I will treat them respectfully, and then normally I'll go, "Oh, I've not heard that name before." And sometimes there's a name and I've gone, "I haven't heard that name before," and actually I have. And then they might tell me off for not remembering them, and then, you know, everything's good.
Yeah. And
I guess perhaps they see how I treat other people as well. So, you know, they want to gauge if they want to say hello, how will they be treated? So when someone else comes in and says hello, and they, "Oh, actually they're treated really nice, so I'll say hello." And that's kind of the whole point of these live streams.
True.
You know, if before the stream you were sitting there doing nothing, bored out of your head, and you just want a bit of background noise or something. I mean, how many people we've got 8 people watching. We've had 4 or 5 people commenting. So there's at least a couple of lurkers, and that's, I want to stress, that's absolutely fine. If you don't
one could be showing as me because I've got the TV on in the background.
Yeah.
Because I can see that when you go to a bigger screen, I can see it better on there than I can on my phone because it's a bigger screen. So one could be my TV just lurking in the background.
It could be someone who's never watched for the first time, and, you know, I may never know who they are. You know, I'm sure there's a couple of people. I mean, when I used to do the live Route Master shows, we used to get 30, 40 people watching. We didn't get 30 or 40 different commenters. So I reckon at least 15 or 20 of them were what you call a lurker. It's a shame that lurker sounds a bad word, doesn't it? But you know, maybe it should be renamed people who aren't confident enough or don't want to actually, they just want to watch. I mean, there's a few shows I'll watch and I've just got it on as background, and it's very rare do I comment because I don't want to be sitting there involved in the show. I just want some noise on.
Yeah.
So, right, complete change of color themes here. I've done all the blue there. So, what is becoming one of my favorite colors is 648, which is the Qs. I quite like these. It's kind of a warm gray.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Right. So, go on to DP while listening to you. Yeah, there we go. It's exactly what I do. Got 3 more sections done again. So, yeah, don't have to sit there. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 people are actually just listening.
True.
And as far as I'm concerned, they're just as valuable viewers to me as people who make comments.
Oh, yeah, because, you know, they don't have to comment, do they?
No, but they are supporting my channel by watching.
Yeah.
So, right, pencil surprises. Are you a tweezer or a pen DP person? Pencil surprises, pen. Definitely pen. Be right back, phone. Good job she's not streaming then, isn't it? Pencil surprises, back. That will be Haribo. Yes, it is, LOL. Yeah. Lurker, watcher. Yeah, but I think watcher is a bit of a nicer word than lurker. Lurker is a sort of thing that old men do when they're hanging around schools with a camera. You know, that's how I kind of associate that. I loved hearing it because, 1, you shared part of you with us. And thank you very much. I'm honoured that you did that. 2, Haribo felt welcome and encouraged. And three, it made us all think of memories like Thunderbird, Bird and Whitey. Yeah. Who ever would have thought that we'd be talking about Whitey as youth training schemes on this stream? I used to make a plan when I did a live stream, but I very, very quickly learned that that's completely pointless because the stream is going to go the way the stream is going to go. Unless, obviously you make out something that you want to achieve. So, when I did the Route Master shows, if I was doing part 79, then I need to do part 79. But that was a little bit different. With this, I aim to do, well, today I'm doing a little bit more than 2 squares, and I'm almost regretting it because it's not, I keep forgetting I can't do 2 squares in 2 hours in the way that I can when I'm not streaming. But we keep our plans quite fluid, don't we?
Yeah, you don't need to rush it just because you're streaming.
I do think this is more about the chit chat than it is about the diamond painting.
Yeah, you don't, it's more about interaction more than trying to rush yourself to keep up to what you want to do on it.
Well, I never rush it. I think there's a difference between rushing and getting on with it. But I don't rush it because rushing makes mistakes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
what I mean? I can't get the right words out.
No, I know what you mean. And one of the things I love about this channel is or this stream, a lot of us do not have the same opinion on anything.
No.
Yet what I'm finding increasingly difficult these days is finding someone who has a different opinion that isn't offended by that different opinion. There's a difference between, just because your opinion is different from mine, it's not wrong or right. No. I like blue, you like black, I don't like blue actually, but I don't know why I said I like blue. I like purple. But yeah, it's like, well, someone's questioned the way I did my diamond painting, the way I do it in squares. Are they better? Is their method better than mine? Is mine better than theirs? Or is it just, sorry, I got my cigarette in my hand, look.
No, I just think they're probably intrigued to the way you don't do yours.
Yeah.
See, I'm more of a questioner. And there's no wrong way.
Yeah, I'm more of a questioner. When Mark Fitt said that he does his diamond paint with tweezers, my first thought was, Jesus, how the hell does that work? So I questioned him on it, and he sent me a little video, and I still think he's insane, but it works for him, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I say to Teresa. She's insane because she does it that way as well.
Yeah, well, Teresa's just crazy anyway, isn't she?
Both of them.
Yeah, that's why we love them.
Mark and T are crazies.
Yeah,
but there's no wrong or right way, to be honest. Well,
it's like me with my coach driving. If I go a different way from you, but I get to my destination before I'm timetabled to, have I gone the wrong way? It's just I enjoy some roads more than others.
You were on the floor.
What's that?
Dropped one on the floor, and I'm not prepared to hunt for it on a grey rug.
No, I'm not.
It's a grey diamond on a grey rug.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother with that. You'll find it eventually.
It'll go up Hoover.
Yeah, or it'll go in the bottom of your foot.
Yeah, one or the other.
Although that's normally Lego and upturned plugs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Harlow is very childlike. He loves cartoons and he calls me Nanny. Drives me nuts, but love him anyway. Well, I wouldn't say it's childlike to love cartoons. And if he's calling you Nanny, then it's probably to drive you nuts because he knows how to push your buttons. And he knows that because you know him and he knows you're all right with it. And it's like me with my lodger. I always complain he cooks things too hot and there's grease everywhere and it drives me nuts. But do you know what? He's the best lodger I've ever had.
Better than what you have had.
Well, you know, even taking into account what I did have, he's. Can you remember the last colour I used? Because I've had some drills fall out the bottom here, and don't want to waste that many.
No.
No, I don't remember anyway. I think it's one of these back ones. 164. No, definitely not that one. Oh, there you go. No. Oh, don't make me pick these out, will you? Oh, it's definitely not those. Is it that one? 307. I think they got a winner here. I don't mind like losing one or two drills, but that many, I think that's a bit too much to throw away.
True.
Saying that, if these don't colour match,
Yeah,
they match. I was going to say if they didn't colour match, I'd probably be losing about 20 drills then. Next one B, I think that's done. Right, so
Boy,
if I do the open brackets next, when I've got just a few to do, or sometimes I'll just pick off the. A lot of times I'll look at the colour that needs the most, the most symbols, and I'll get on with that. But now I'm in a situation where, oh look, there's an M there. There's only two colours. One needs a lot, one doesn't need many. So I'll finish with the big one, just because I'm a bit weird like that. Right. Wobble you 415.
I wish I could hug myself like that.
Hug yourself.
Yeah, help Minnie's hugging herself.
Oh, okay, I can do. I used to be able to do that until I
don't know if you can see her, but I'll move to her if she doesn't move the position. But no, she's moved. She can literally get her head right round and put her head on her back. It's just so cute how she does it. But she's not doing it now because I've got up.
I've just seen a funny comment come. I'm gonna have to get through these comments. Oh, I'm not crazy. Oh, yeah, I'm not crazy. LOL. No, but yeah, you're crazy, but not in a yellow bus kind of way. LOL, Teresa. Would it be funny if Haribo spoke with a child's voice like on the adverts for Haribo? That would be funny. Difference of opinion, LOL. I like that. Yeah, he often does, Mike. Maybe he should do his entire channel like that. Well, it's like that Tiny Tim, isn't it? Have you ever seen Tiny Tim?
Yeah.
Anyone not seen Tiny Tim? He does these absolutely amazing phone calls.
Especially when it's scammers.
Yes.
Oh, it makes me laugh.
Do you know the funniest? I
like the insurance ones.
Yes.
When they actually ring me up, I say it's too late. I'm already dead, so they hung up.
Yeah, the funniest one I've ever heard was someone rang up my landlady at the time, and they said, "Oh, we understand you've been involved in an accident," and she just went, "No, it wasn't an accident. I was trying to run over my husband's girlfriend." And this woman did not know what to say. She was like, So eventually, my ex-landlady, she goes, "Is there anyone there?" And she just hung up. I just thought that was hilarious. No, I was trying to run over meet husband's girlfriend. Right. I will do what I set out to complete in this stream. So I will do this bit and I will cruise through it because Haribo's not keeping me up chatting. Bless him. It's a double-edged sword. If you get you always asking viewers to get involved, but when they get involved, you can't do what you were going to be streaming so quickly. So, and if they stop and let you get on with what you're doing, then the stream isn't so interesting.
Yeah.
So it is double-edged, isn't it? But you know, guys don't. The other alternative is for me to learn how much I can get done in a stream with maybe a square backup, just in case. Right, because of his autism, he's very childlike, and in many ways, some think he's strange. I think he's lovable. Each person in this world is the way they are for a reason. As long as I wake up and smile, I call autism genius in a different way, because a lot of people with autism, they seem to have some skill that is superhuman.
Yeah.
And it seems that the more shut up in themselves they are with autism, the more they have. It's the way that they make sense of the world, and differently gifted. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you
like.
meant.
I saw on Facebook the other week, there was a child who had autism. They took him up for a ride around in a helicopter around New York. And then the next day he drew New York view from a helicopter, and it was absolutely perfect just from one trip in a helicopter. Now that is gifted. I don't care what you say.
Well, it's something I couldn't do.
And I think everyone's on the autism spectrum at some point, even if it's only like 1 or 2%. I think Bill Gates is, you know, because the way he's very ordered.
I don't know if I'm on the spectrum, but I do know autisms can listen to 2 different types of music playing at the same time, which is what I can do.
That's a skill. That is a real skill.
I don't know if I'm on the spectrum of it, because I can listen to 2 different music at the same time.
What I mean is, like, you can be on the spectrum enough that you wouldn't be diagnosed with autism.
Diagnosed with it.
Yeah. People who are diagnosed with autism are people where it affects their life on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
You know, me checking the door is locked 3 times doesn't warrant me being put on medication and being sent to daycare centers and things. It's a slight inconvenience in my life.
Yeah.
But if you can't function at all see, the trouble is we call this like normal society. Yeah. And anybody who doesn't comply with what the world says is normal is considered abnormal, which may not be wrong, but it's not totally right, is it? Just because you don't comply with my standards doesn't mean that you're wrong.
No.
And I think that's where autism is. I mean, there's a guy in America who has a car wash, and he only employs people with Down syndrome.
Right.
And each person has a very specific job. One will spray the water on, one will spray the foam on, one will give it a nice rub with a sponge. Now, if they are ever told that they have to do a different job, they really can't handle it. And if anybody does their job, they freak out. But they do their job very, very well, and they put 200% into it. And they have order in their life, because I am the person who puts the soap and suds on. I am the person that sprays it off. I'm the person who puts the wax on. And it gives them a lot of function and you know, order in their life. And it's really good. And he says that he can't find anyone else who can work harder.
Do you want to take full screen a minute while I get the birds to bed?
I don't know. Do I want to take full screen?
It's up to you, unless you want to look at a ceiling.
No, not really. Right.
There you go then.
That's good enough for me, but I love coming to Penny's lives because you are all real people. Yeah, that's what I say. This is why I do my disclaimer at the beginning. I'm being a real person in my house. Some people may not like that, so I give you that little warning at the beginning. If you don't like me being real, plus I have a few people that don't seem to like me. Well, that's another story, isn't it? And I find that every now and again, I guess they get a bit bored, so they come and visit my channel and then they hit lots of dislikes, which actually makes me very happy, because if you come onto my channel to hit the dislike button, you're giving me a view and an interaction, which helps my channel grow. So maybe I should appeal to the people who hate me as well as the people who do like me. Certainly helps my channel. But yeah, you take me as I am, and I'll take you as you are. And if I don't like you or you don't like me, well, that's absolutely fine. I don't think it's fault on either side there. And don't have pole up butt like some, and I can feel safe and home here. Yeah. The other thing I like to try and come across as is, if I'm not the world's biggest expert on anything, I know what I know and I don't know what I don't know. If I don't know something or I've forgotten something, I'll make the effort to learn, but I won't sit there and go, oh yeah, and I won't make out to be an expert. If I'm not 100% sure, I use the words I think or I believe. But I've said things before and people have disagreed with me, and the mantra I'm kind of going, I kind of go in phases with mantras and things like that, but sort of the phrase of the month is every day is a school day. I use that a lot on the bus, actually. I'll get somebody, he'll go, can I have a single to such and such? And I'll go, I'm really sorry, I can't remember where that is. And they'll go, oh, it's down by such and such. And I'll go, oh, lovely, thank you, I remember now. Yeah, every day's a school day. Now you get these old people who get on my bus that have lived in Govan for the last 80 years, and I've been here a year and a half. I can't even pretend to know more than them. And if you do pretend to know stuff and you don't know, you will get caught out eventually and made to look like a fool. So the reason I'm not using a ruler for this bit, I like to think is quite obvious. I can't fit the ruler in because it's such a small square. Oh look, I've accidentally done a little face. So OMG, yes, LOL, and I haven't. He keeps me going, won't let me feel sorry for myself if I'm having a bad day. And if slip in the dark place, he'll keep messaging me till I answer. He won't let me hide away. I think that's his power. There you go. So I told you I regard autism as differently gifted. And obviously that's one of his many gifts. If it keeps you going. I do slip every now and again. But on the whole, I've stopped feeling sorry for myself, because you could probably name a million people who are worse off than me. That doesn't always work. Sometimes I sit there and I'm a bit... Isn't depression a funny thing? It can just hit you for stupid reasons. I could be sitting here in a really happy environment, and then just all of a sudden, boom, I'm like... It's almost like my body is saying, you really don't deserve to be happy. I know you're here in a happy environment, but no, it really shouldn't. You shouldn't be like that. I don't know if anyone can relate to that. So, and I've gone quiet, I know. I need Natasha to come back, so I'll go and make myself a coffee. Right. So, I'm so looking forward to going back to work now. you believe I just said that? I thought, it's been so long since I've had, I think the last time I had time off work was May. And I was like, oh, I could do with more than 10 days off. And of course, I have worked 2 of those days. The first day that I worked, I did do long shifts, 10 and a half hours. Well, that reminds me, I've not had my pay slip today. I don't know whether to expect my pay slip today. No, I've not. So we normally get our pay slips emailed to us on a Monday. Now, the thing is, they're not actually due until Thursday. Oh, it's Sunday today, isn't it? That's why I've not had my pay slip. Oh. So, but yeah, no, I'm still wondering if we get. So we normally get our pay slips on a Monday, but they're not actually due until Thursday, and it's payday on Friday. And the reason we get them on a Monday is because payroll, I think payroll are on like flexi or something. So if they work a little bit harder and they work like a little bit longer, they have to put 40 hours in rather than putting in 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day or whatever they work. So if they get all their work done nice and early, then they can have a half a day on Friday or something like that. I'm guessing that's the way it is. So they work really hard and they get all the pay slips out on a Monday. And this has been going on for so long now that people, you know what it's like. You give someone a pay slip at 12 o'clock on Monday, which is 5 days early. And then next week, you're a little bit behind and you give them a pay slip at 2 o'clock on a Monday. At 1 o'clock, they're all whinging, going, where's my pay slip? Oh, I haven't got my pay slip. And the universal answer is generally, well, they're not actually due till Thursday. And they're like, yeah, but always get your pay slip. And it is nice to get your pay slip on a Monday because then you can work out just how skint you're going to be on Friday. And then realise it's too late to do anything about it. But I did get but yeah, I just remembered it's Sunday. It is Sunday, isn't it? Tell me it's Sunday. Let me check. Yes, it's Sunday. Good. Because I've lost a day if it's not Sunday. So how is everyone's Sunday going? It's well, I never really think of days as to me, it's either it used to be 2 days in a week, 2 types of days, either a work day or a day off. And I always used to work weekends because I'd rather have a day off in the week. Now there's kind of 3 days because my coach, it's a 2-day duty. You go down to London on one day, come back the next. So you've either got a going to London day, coming back from London day, or a day off. And kind of all the days just kind of blend. And you get to the point you don't really know what the day is until you look at the traffic and you think, oh, there's not a lot of traffic. It must be Sunday morning. And then, but I say I've now had that many days off. I really just, I don't know, I am actually ready for work. And here comes my lodger. He's home. Afternoon, V. Oh, he's on a quiet. He's come back with shopping. I don't know why he's come back with shopping. We've got 10 tons of food in the house. I'm really intrigued as to what he was cooking this morning. Is that you shuffling around there, Natasha?
Yeah, sorry. It's...
Like a little, no, not sorry. Don't be sorry. You did say you put the birds to bed.
Cut a long story short.
Goodbye. Hello?
No.
Oh, hello.
I was chucked a key underneath my door when I weren't in.
Right.
And you can gather whose key that would be.
Dare we show your face? Oh, no!
Show my face.
That's right. That's okay.
As you know, the not trauma, the mad moment I've had here.
Yes, your particular personal issues.
Yeah, I had this shoved through my door when I weren't here.
Okay.
And she's gone away for 2 weeks. So, for me, that basically means me to look after her birds and trap me.
Is that her house keys?
Yeah.
And she hasn't, there's no explanation with it.
No.
Do you know what? So there's obviously there's animals involved, but I would be inclined to say, well, I just assume you guys looking after your keys. I ain't been round your house. But then if you don't, your birds are going to die, aren't they?
Yep.
So you're kind of caught in a catch-22 situation here, aren't you?
Yep. Do I leave them or do I not for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could be held responsible for them dying.
No, see, this is the thing. She hasn't asked you to do anything. She's just made the assumption. So you could easily interpret that as, oh, do you mind looking after my house keys while I'm on holiday?
Yeah.
But if you don't go around, I mean, you're kind of morally obliged to do it, aren't you?
Mm.
But then see, if you then go, look, I wasn't really happy with what you did there, you got potentially
She asked me before she went,
can I
will I
just
do
pause
it?
you for a moment, Natasha?
Yeah.
Tom Riddle, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure where you're going with this, and I'm not sure I'm happy. And we've got someone saying, be nice. I won't stand for people upsetting other viewers. I have admin and moderator power. I also have a moderator on watching at the moment who I have given instructions to that if you did the wrong thing for the right reason, I will have your back. I will back you. This moderator has actually given a 30-second timeout to someone that was having a joke with me, but didn't understand they were having a joke. And yeah, that the moderator's got my support. So if you upset anybody on my channel, I do not object to losing a viewer. So like Pencil Surprises says, be nice. And the bit I'm going to add on that is all go away. I hate playing.
Whoa, what have I missed?
No, it's just right. So we've got someone. I don't need to go on about it, but it's someone I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if the comment is a nasty comment or having a joke or whatever. But a lot of things are interpretation. But when someone else is making a comment, it's completely as you see, it's completely detracted from the way the stream is going. So we're going to put everything down to a little misunderstanding. We're all going to get on and we're all going to play nice. Or Mrs. Thorpe is going to have to come out and wave the banhammer, or Mrs. Stevens. So sorry, Natasha, you were saying.
I can't remember. I'm lost now because I've seen all that and I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Feeding the birds.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if afterwards
she asked me about a week ago, will I look after her birds? And I was like, in my head, no. So I told her no.
Right.
And she went last.
Did you tell her no, or did you say you're not in a position to?
Yeah, that's what I said. No, I'm not in a position to do it.
Because I know, how do I put this? I don't mean any offense by this. You don't always have the best way with words, do you? Or you don't always know the best thing to say.
Yeah.
Because I taught you a phrase last week, didn't I? I'm ever so sorry. I was dealing with some personal issues, and you were like, "Oh yeah, I like that."
Yeah, Teresa has to do posts for me in my group because I just can't get the wordings out myself. It goes all back, front,
no, that's fine. We understand. So,
but I've told her no, I can't do it.
Right.
Because of what's happened with me.
Right.
And all of a sudden, on Tuesday, she went out on Monday evening, and I was obviously at my place where I go on a Monday evening in Lancaster. come back and I saw this underneath my door, and I know it's hers because that's the key she
But
keeps it
no
on.
explanation on it. I think that's rather rude.
So now it feels like she's trapped me into looking after her birds, even though I said
you are.
no.
How long is she away for?
She's been away since last Tuesday for 2 weeks.
Right. So if you don't go around her house, her animals will die, no question.
Yep.
So what kind of a position does that put you in?
A shitty one.
You are in a catch-22 situation here.
Yep.
Right. Let me do a catch up on the chat because I'm only about 5 minutes behind at the moment. Right, Love Minis, I still feel sick, worn out already. Only got shortly before you came on. Well, take it easy, Love Minis, because you are one of my highly valued viewers. I would hate for anything to happen to you, and I'd have no one to send my supermarket music videos to or sound clips. Right. So, and yes, with my BPD, I don't know what BPD is. It blood pressure?
No, it's borderline personality disorder, I
Right,
think.
okay. I can go through lots of emotions in one conversation. Yeah, you explained that to me, didn't you, Teresa, what that was? Go make your coffee, we be here. Well, I will in a minute when I catch up with the chat. Hugs, Love Minis, feel better. I'm going to skip a few comments for what I explained earlier on. Are that you? And thank you, Mike. So, report. See, is that a reportable offence? Assuming, leaving the care of your animals in somebody that's capable, is that a reportable RSPCA thing?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Right,
he was asking about his autism.
Right. Okay, no, fair enough. I was prepared to, accept it was a misunderstanding. The way you speak to me and the way I speak to you could be two completely different things. And, I could say one thing to Teresa and then say something to a guy in the street. The guy in the street might punch me and Teresa will laugh, So I was asking about his autism. When you said he is childlike and childish, asked if he was a real 2-year-old. Right, okay, I get that then. So you talk about so does he act like a 2-year-old because in his mind he's 2? Oh, I think I get you.
Well, I have an autism friend, so I do know how she acts under her age. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
She doesn't act her age, and she's in her 30s. So yeah, I think autism can act way under their age to what they're really like.
Well, when I worked for a live-in care company, one of the young ladies I was looking after, she was 30s or 40s, and she acted like a child, like sort of 13, 14-year-old. And all of my experience had come from dementia care, which is very hands-on, loving, take your time. Do you want a cup of tea? That's your universal weapon. When things get a bit rough, you just go, can I make you a nice cup of tea? Oh, that'd be lovely. And everything's calmed down. And I'd start doing jobs with people who had learning difficulties. And the first job I got sacked for, because I'd go up to them and I might put my hand on the shoulder and go, oh, can I make you a cup of tea? Right. I've not done anything wrong, but it freaks out someone who's got, and I didn't understand that. People, they don't want you near you. That's the nature of the learning difficulties. And we were having this chat, and there was the learning difficulties coordinator. We were talking specifically about this lady, and next to him was the dementia coordinator, and he was going on about what's the plan of action if she's 14 in her head, how do you deal with them? I said, well, we should be treating her like her age. And I said, well, isn't it a better plan to sort of blend it? If she's acting like a 14-year-old, maybe we should treat her like a 15 or 16-year-old, and then treat her like an 18-year-old, and then gradually bring it up. And he says, well, that is an idea and it could work with some people. And then, because she had this doll, which she used to treat like a real baby. She even used to buy clothes for it. And he said, he goes, right, so here's a situation. She takes this doll for a walk every day in the pram. She's ill one day and can't get out of bed. And she asks you to take this doll for a walk. What would you do? And I said, well, I'd probably take it for a walk. And the dementia rep, she just went, yep, that's dementia care. And that's how you would deal with someone who had dementia. You know, I had a lady with dementia who was convinced there were monsters under the bed. What it was, she used to read these. Hang on a sec. I am streaming, but come in.
Did you eat something?
I haven't done, but I'm going to grab something out of the freezer later on.
And do it the eggs with paper?
Eggs with?
Pepper.
No, not for me. I'm not into the eggs.
All right.
But thank you anyway.
If you want, I can make as well for you.
No, it's fine. I'll grab something out of the freezer.
All right.
Sorry about that, guys. That's my lovely lodger offering to cook me food, eggs and pepper. Yeah, so she used to read these crime novels. That's it. Where she read these crime novels, after a couple of days, because her mind obviously doesn't function in the same way, they would manifest into real stories. And she quite often would be convinced that there would be someone hiding under her bed who's going to climb out during the night and stab her. So I used to check under the bed for her. I knew there was no one under there, but that's how you deal with dementia.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it, to be honest.
Now, when this girl with learning difficulties wants me to take her doll for a walk in the pram, because of what I'm used to with dementia, I said, yeah, I would do it. And that's when this woman laughed. She said, yep, that's dementia. Tom Riddle says, I knew someone who had autism, was 40 years old and still used a dummy. She didn't ask anyone to look after her. But yeah, we've got two big debates going on at the same time here. I've got to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to influence you in any way. I would actually do it, but then I would have a word with her afterwards and go, look, that really wasn't fair to put me in that position. You're taking time out of my day. I might be busy doing stuff. You should have, and if she did ask you before and you said no, but then that's quite confrontational. And I don't think you're confrontational, are you? You would actually do everything you could to avoid a confrontation, which it could be argued she's playing up to that. Because she knows you're not confrontational, she'll put you're too much of an animal lover and too much against confrontation. That if you can't find anyone else to look after your birds, we'll just shove the keys through Natasha's door.
Yeah.
So, right, he's 40 with childlike level, so be nice. Yeah, okay. So I will stress that, be nice. But yeah, if you're getting understanding, and he doesn't mind you asking questions as well, that's fine. So not judging, just asking. So I will apologise for that then. If you are just asking, that's fine. And diaper. Okay. I'm not going to touch on the diaper too much because that's the one area I don't judge on my previous lodger. He's got so many faults, but he does, he's a bit incontinent in the night, so he is prescribed adult nappies, and I won't ever judge anyone on that. Because I'm pretty sure at one point in the future I might be in the same situation as I get older.
Anyone could be. You never know, do you?
Yeah, and he watches cartoons. So what? I watch cartoons. I love
do as well.
Yeah, and sometimes I watch the older cartoons, but although in all fairness, my cartoons are a little bit aimed more at an older level. Like, have you watched that what's it called? Below the Decks? It's a Star Trek one. It's based on the people who work all underneath and in the engine rooms and that. So you could take the doll and Haribo out in the pram. There you go. Yes. Yes, it's reportable as without asking you, it's abandonment. Yes, but right. I am ever so sorry, Natasha. I tend to look at both sides. Was it you? I had a situation where I said technically, I can't remember what it was now. She, by your own admission, she has asked you, even though you said no. So I don't know about that. Don't take anything I say as any kind of legal advice. And I would say at the end of the day, unless we are qualified lawyers, don't take our advice as gospel either. Changing the subject about now, that's fine, yeah. I would suggest, Tom Riddle, that what you're talking about would probably be better done in small doses and possibly even with the person involved here, so that they can answer any questions you might have. That would probably be because if you sit there asking loads and loads of questions, it just kind of changes the dynamics of the stream a bit, and it just kind of, I think, adds a bit too much pressure on someone. From what I understand, he has been watching the stream for a while and has built up to a comfort level, and we don't want to take that comfort level away from him.
No, don't want to do that
I'm
to anyone.
assuming there's a strong possibility that even though he's not commenting, he might be listening. But in any case, his big sister is. So it's the big sisters you have to watch out for, don't you? Because they can get very protective sometimes. So, yeah. Right. Do you mind if I pass the stream on to you? Right. If I dump my keys through your letterbox and just leave you to stream on your own,
Yeah.
while I go make a coffee, and you can say no to this one if you want.
Okay.
In fact, I'm just going to finish off my R's.
Say no to what?
Yeah, no. All right. Oh, it's a couple more R's. R. Or if we were in Liverpool, we'd be going A. Calm down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrible, offensive stereotype of Liverpudlians, isn't it? Oh, can I tell you? Well, it's not.
Was it Catherine?
Tate, yeah. So here's a little Liverpool joke for you. So why does the River Mersey run through Liverpool?
Why not?
Because if it walked, it'd get mugged.
Yeah, probably. It's probably got a lot of stuff in that water, hasn't it?
No, it's the play on the words. Why do you run? Because if you didn't run, you'd get mugged.
Yeah, I know.
Right, I'm going to start a comment there, and then we will continue it in a moment. I am nipping out to get a coffee, and I cannot guarantee that I won't come back without a mini roll.
A mini roll. Bring a mini roll.
Mini rolls are one of those things that a packet of 10 will make me sick, but it won't stop me.
Yeah, I'm like that with them. Yeah, well and truly like that with them.
Oh, that smells nice.
I don't know. Is that alright there? Frig knows. Do I need my TV on? Mike. So I can see them. Turn my TV on.
Wires everywhere. I'm not back yet. Just still waiting for the kettle to boil.
Alright, take your time. I'm just turning my TV on so I can see any comments that come through. Takes forever. There you go. TV on. It's good that I can have 2 TVs, isn't it? Right. Tom, I think it's questions for when Haribo comes in. We can't answer for him or her. It's one of them questions we don't know. And I'm not going to pry into Haribo private life, so I think it's best to... I know Penny watches cartoons, I watch cartoons, but with autism it's a harder subject for me to talk about, really.
Are you working tomorrow? I know Lidl's will be shut.
Yeah.
And
So we'd have to leave all that.
I come fast to eat
My advice is to
chicken wings.
leave it where it is for now.
I am so proud of my lodger. Almost. He is
almost.
Well, he is simmering something in a pan on the small ring on about quarter heat. On the small ring, not the big one, and it's not on full, and I'm just so proud of him. But I still need to teach him not to put plastic bags in the cardboard waste. We are almost there. No, he's lovely. I won't have a bad word said about him. Right, so I don't know if you've responded to any comments.
I have, and I'm trying to leave one of them there type thing, and it's getting hard.
Right. She didn't get an affirmative answer. You shouldn't just assume and leave them. The RSPCA would have a whole lot to say. I'm guessing, because the RSPCA know are busy people, if they're being looked after, they're not concerned.
No.
Oh, I've got a problem. I've done 1 row too many there. Oh, sorry. I'm just...
Mike, can you do something?
What's that?
Oh, I can see comments on the latest subject, and it's getting really hard for me to read them.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I can see the last... Oh, right. Are you just struggling to read them, or are you not, like, emotionally...
I'm not liking the subject sort of thing.
Okay. Let's call a halt on talking about medical conditions for at least the rest of this stream. So from this comment here, right, there are to be no comments about medical conditions, which is probably going to be hard because I'll probably bring something up. Right. And I'm also going to...
It's like this person is purposely stayed away till Haribo went and then started.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Right. So let's move on. Right. So we won't talk about... Let's talk about you, and let's talk about my diamond painting, and then we'll see how things go. I don't want this stream to be about things that it shouldn't be about.
Yeah.
So let's move on. I have very valued... All of my viewers are valued, including Tom Riddle. But yeah. Well, look, what I've done is I've made Pencil Surprises a mod, as well as Love Minis and Smith's Beads. In fact, actually, can you do me a favor, Natasha,
Mm.
can you make a comment on this stream, please? Because I'm lazy bugger and I can't be bothered to find you on, but you need to do it on YouTube. Can you do it on YouTube? Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I've got enough help there. So, right. But I will also say, I said this about Love Minis, and I say this about all of my moderators. If a moderator does something wrong, i.e., ban or time out someone that they shouldn't have really have done, but they did it for the intention of keeping the stream nice, they have my 100% support on that. So if they think someone is making the stream worse than they act, that's absolutely fine. And I have now made, like I say, I've made Pencil Surprise as a mod as well, because I think I trust her enough.
Yeah, I accept the medical conditions, but if he was really wanting to know why put LOL on the end of a message?
Yeah, this is it. I mean,
I just don't get it.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
He may be genuine, but let's move on. Like I said in an earlier comment, maybe too much questioning on one subject is a little bit too much. I know when people talk to me about me and they sort of hammer me a little bit too much, I get to a point where I'm like, well, hang on, guys, I am here to work. You know, not if you want to know a lot more, why didn't you go and take a medical degree? You know, that's the amount you seem to want to know. So yeah, right. So yeah, I don't know. We've got a few opinions on your situation, which kind of all leads to the same place, as in this lady is not in the right. But it's the finer details we all seem to disagree with, isn't it? I think from an RSPCA point of view, they're concerned about the welfare of the animals, not how that welfare came about. But holidays is always a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's a temporary situation. But then, it's like I said to someone, if I get an animal, bang goes all my foreign holidays. Because you know, when you take an animal on, you have to give up a portion of your life. So
why would a private number want to ring my
so
private?
Just give me a second. Yeah, so Mike, you just sent me a message. I'll just say I totally agree. But like I say, you know, I've got some very kind moderators who, you know, I don't pay them, so I don't ask much of them, and they give me far more than I ask for. And you know, people who know me well enough, I want to cover as many subjects as, you know, I want this to be a comfortable environment where we can cover as much as we want. You know, even if we start to get into the taboo, that's fine. You know, it's not really much out of bounds here, but if anything makes anyone feel uncomfortable, we have to draw a line. And it's starting to make me feel uncomfortable that other people might feel uncomfortable. And I don't think we're a wokey bunch here, are we? You've got to do something to upset someone. You've got to do something proper to upset someone. It's not like someone's just being silly, is it? Oh, miss, he just called me a bad name. You know, it's not like that, is it? So, so thank you all again for everyone's support. We don't like things like this happening, but when we all come together, right. And what I'm also going to say, there's another comment coming in. Just ignore it where you can, where it might be potentially. Bear with me a sec. Okay. So yeah. So I don't know. I'm not gonna rise to it. Right. So
I'll have to try. I don't know how to comment on there.
oh, it's all right. You'll work it out one day. Sorry, do you know what? That just came out really offensively, didn't it? But it didn't mean to be.
Yes, I'll work it out one day.
I got something out on my mind, and I've got these. I've just realised that in a previous session, I've accidentally, when I tip the drills back into the Tic Tac boxes,
Yeah.
I don't always check if all of them came out, and I can't pick this up because it's upside down. Get the right way round. Ah, right. So this is the colour of the drills, and this is 5 drills that were in them.
Oh, so you found them?
Oh yeah, but I don't know what colour they are now, so I've got no alternative but to chuck them. But obviously there was 5 little drills that were stuck in the neck there. That's the trouble with doing. I do love this tray, the way I've adapted it, so that if you tip too hard, you see they're not. I said that they're not going to fall out, and 3 or 4 of them fall out. But if you put, let's do this, right. So if you put a lot of drills in there, and I'm talking like 4 or 5 bags, if I tap that a little bit too hard, you see they're not falling out.
Yeah.
If I had one of the normal white ones, some of those would have fallen out. But the negative is that you have to look down there, and it's quite hard to see if there's any drills left in. So that is a bit of a issue. But you do one thing, you find a negative somewhere else.
Well, yeah.
Right, so Teresa Smith says it still, as a rule, said to keep things respectful to other people. And don't forget, I also said for at least this stream, let's not talk about anything medical. Looks like Tom has another account, and that looks like you.
No, I don't know what you're on about. It's an old picture though, that.
Well, if it's not you, I'm not going to make you moderator then.
It is me, but an old picture.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong with that picture. I think it looks quite nice.
It's very old, about 9 years old, that picture.
Yeah. I think my pictures from not, well, actually, no, we won't go on about my pictures from 9 years ago. So, no,
as I grew up, I still look the same.
I do think my pictures from about 45 years ago do look better than my pictures now. They were happy days. At Cromer on the swings, just not a care in the world.
Yeah. Great Yarmouth used to be one of mine as well.
I think my biggest concern 5, 10, 20, or when I was sort of 5 or 6 is when are we getting an ice cream? And I think that was my biggest worry in the world. Am I getting an ice cream, and will it be the flavour I want? And not dropping it, because that's the thing, isn't it? Because as a child, the biggest disaster in the world is dropping. You got your cone, and you lean over and all the ice cream falls off the cone on the floor, and you're just left with this cone, wet cone. Yes, Penny, it is. It's terrible. I know, right?
Yeah, it's mental, isn't it? That one can go off now. I'm turning my tablet off because it's slowing me down, actually.
What, your tablet?
Yeah, I've only got a certain amount of bandwidth.
Right. So I am going to completely change the subject. If anybody is on Netflix, I watched an absolutely awesome film. Yes, I think it's awesome because it's my kind of film.
I haven't watched Netflix in ages.
Or try out a film called The Gentleman.
Right.
I think it's brilliant. Anybody seen The Gentleman? I didn't know it at the time, but it's a Guy Ritchie film, and I am a big fan of Guy Ritchie, as in I like the films he makes.
Yeah.
Not that I follow him. He is related to me as well. Are you Penny? Yeah, he is. And he's related to Kate Middleton, just like me. Well, we're not on speaking terms, me and Kate Middleton, because she forgot to invite me to the wedding.
Oh, didn't you like that one?
No, she didn't invite me. But no, this film. So basically, what it is, you see something happen at the beginning, and then you kind of it carries on, and it's basically I'm trying not to explain it because I don't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't seen it. But this is guy, he's trying to blackmail someone, and he's going through everything, and there's some really good scenes in it. And I think what appealed to me is I saw a clip of it of this Irish guy just minding his own business in a kebab shop, ordering his kebab, and these 5 gangster in it type kids come in, start giving him hassle, pull a knife out on him, and the kids get their asses kicked. And that's the kind of thing that appeals to me. You know, so cool, calm, and collected, and I'm going to kick your ass and not even break a sweat. But there was just one clever bit that I thought was brilliant. As you get the intro, you know, and it says like this is a whatever film, and this is a Miramax film, right? Which is, in case you don't know, Miramax, they make films.
Yeah.
Now, at the end of the film, right, this guy, he goes to this film producer with this script of the whole film that you've just seen, right? And he says to this guy, or something along the lines of, make your mind up. If you don't buy it off me, I'll sell it to somebody else. And he walks out, and as he walks out, you can see he's walking out of the Miramax building.
Yeah.
Right, which kind of makes it a bit of a paradox, because the film wouldn't have existed had, I assume, they bought it, because it's a Miramax film. Yeah. So it's like a film of the film of the film kind of thing. And I know that's got absolutely nothing to do with the plot, but I thought that was absolutely brilliant. Right, Pencil Penny, Mum on the phone, so I'm going to leave. Maybe they will stop. I'm not here. Thank you for making me mod. I value the trust. We'll watch the rest on me. Not a problem.
Not a problem.
But the reason I made you mod is obviously you're in a better position to judge with regards to Haribo. So, you know, I might find things funny and he's sitting there going, oh, no. And that might really upset him. And I might think, well, I don't understand why he's upset. But, you know, it's all subjective, isn't it? Love Minis. Do you have a pizza place that offers breakfast pizza? I can't wrap my head around eggs and cheese on pizza dough. I don't think we have breakfast pizza places, because pizza places don't tend to be open early. It's more of an evening meal. Having said that, I have seen pizzas with eggs on them, and V does do the occasional egg on a pizza. And I'm going to start a row with Mike now.
Pineapple don't go on pizza.
No, I don't think there's a place for pineapple on pizza. However, if you want a pineapple on your pizza, and I'm not getting it on my pizza, is that really worth arguing about?
Yeah, because it's Mike.
I like meat feast pizzas, which means I've probably offended more vegans than Mike is offended by having pineapple on his pizza. So, you know, it's all subjective, isn't it? So V's had eggs on his pizza before, doesn't put eggs on every pizza. He does vary. He tends to go more tuna on his pizzas. The only issue I have with tuna is I used to love tuna, and I still quite like a tuna mayo sandwich every now and again. But since I've eaten fresh tuna steak, I've kind of gone off tin tuna quite a lot because there is a massive, I mean, it's a massive price difference, but there's a massive taste difference.
Yeah.
As in, it's not the same. I keep
Never is, though, is it?
my brain is trying to say there's a price distance, which I suppose isn't wrong, is it? There's a distance between that price and that price.
True.
But yeah, no, I guess it's to do with the fact that it's been heated up and sealed in a tin and soaking in some kind of liquid. But I mean, fresh proper tuna has spoilt me. If I never had fresh tuna, I would still be loving tin tuna the same way I always have. But I do actually, I like it. I like it mixed with tuna, with mayonnaise. But I do like little things added, like maybe a bit of chopped spring onion in there, something to a bit of, it's got to have onion in it.
Nothing wrong in that.
Yeah. But I wouldn't call that a fantastic meal. It's more of a lunchtime, I need to eat something, or I won't function in the afternoon kind of a meal.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I loved eggs, I probably would, but I would probably at least try it. But I just think, why is the egg taking up room in my belly that could be filled with chicken or beef or sausage or lamb or something? No, I will just stress, I do have a lot of vegetables in my dinner. I agree there is no place for pineapple on pizza. We've kicked them off again now, haven't we, Natasha?
Yeah.
Only a problem when sharing the. Yeah, but it's not a problem when you're sharing the pizza, because what you do is you do the half and half thing. You put all the pineapple on one side. So long as I haven't had any pizza that's come within 3 inches of that pineapple, we can still get on.
No, I wouldn't touch it. You see, I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, some say won't go half and half. So the pineapple on the one half taints the other half. It could do. It's been in the same oven at the same time.
Yep.
So there could be a bit of taintiness. I also think pineapple's a bit too wet for pizza. I just think it's the wetness, and it soaks through all the base, and it's just no.
Yeah.
But then I'm not a massive. Again, funny enough, I used to like pineapple, and then I seem to have gone off it since I found out that pineapple dissolves flesh, and that is true actually. Pineapple's got an enzyme in it that dissolves flesh. This is why if you sat there eating a tin of pineapple, and you ate the whole tin, and then you stick your tongue out and look at it in the mirror, you'll see holes in the back of your tongue.
And now, glad I don't eat the stuff then, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not bad. It's not like it eats your flesh so much, but actually, it's got good medicinal purposes. They're now developing pineapple to put like on a bandage if you've got a wound, and you can put that on the wound, and eats away all the dead crap on you. So we even have a. Do you know what? Like, so we've got a Taco Bell in Glasgow. I've never consciously come across Taco Bell, and it looks quite cheap actually, or inexpensive. So I might give it a go. But we even have a taco place that serves breakfast tacos. Yet another place I don't see myself eating bread there. And then anti-pineapple people, no sense of adventure. So let me put this to you. I'm assuming that's Mike.
That would be Mike, because he's into pineapple.
How do you feel about people who have tried pineapple on a pizza and are against it because they don't like it? So I do kind of get upset with people who decide they don't like something without actually trying it. I think that's no sense of adventure.
It's like sweet and sour. When I get that from the Chinese, it's always got pineapple in. I cannot eat that
Has it?
pineapple. It's horrible.
Can your Chinese, can you not say, please don't put pineapple in?
No, because I think they make it fresh, don't they? Everything together.
Well, that's it. So if they make
So
it...
what I do is I pick out the pineapple because I don't like pineapple anyway.
So are you okay with the pineapple flavour mixed in with the sauce then?
Yeah, I can just about get away with it.
So maybe it's more of a texture thing then than a flavour thing.
But I can tell there's been pineapple there.
See, the thing is, if you don't eat pineapple, how can you enjoy a Levi Roots drink?
Don't drink it.
Oh, but you can't enjoy it. No, there is a place for pineapple, just not on pizza.
Yeah, just not on pizza.
And it's definitely a place inside a tin of fruit salad. Answer me this. Are you open
Yeah, I've got a tin of fruit salad here, and that just goes in the bin.
Does it? So
yeah,
why have you got a tin of fruit salad if it's just going to go in the bin?
It's just going to, because it was how I got it at the time.
Do you know what? I actually had this the other
and it'll just go in the bin because it's got pineapple in.
Yeah. See, now every now and again I buy something for the nostalgia effect, and I bought myself a tin of fruit salad and a tin of evaporated milk, and oh, I yummed that up. That reminds me of the days when we were really poor, and that was your Sunday dinner. That was your Sunday dinner dessert. Oh, I really enjoyed that. See, if you want a bit of nostalgia, guys, this is the channel. What we got? Oh God. Do you know what? I used to be good at reading, but obviously I'm not anymore when I come across Mike. Acceptable. Acceptable. At least they tried it. There we go. I hate mushrooms, but accept that they can have a place on some. Oh, they should have a place on every pizza. Maybe we could put all the mushroom on the pizza on top of the pineapple. Also, chicken and Philistines.
It'll be mushroom and pineapple pizza then, wouldn't it?
I do love chicken and mushroom. And sometimes I can't decide whether to have chicken and mushroom or chicken and sweet corn. So I have chicken, sweet corn and mushroom.
See, if I got a chicken and sweet corn pizza, Minnie would definitely fly over to it and bloody eat the sweet corn.
The only trouble with sweet corn is it comes out the same way it goes in.
That's the only issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like most foods.
If you ever want a bit of a laugh one night, I've not actually done this, but I'm told it's really funny. If you drink loads of Guinness and eat loads of sweet corn, that has a funny effect in the toilet in the morning.
No, I already have that funny effect in the morning.
Well, Guinness is extremely high in iron, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'll leave the rest to your imagination. With sweet corn coming out the way it does. And no matter how much you chew it, does it? It still comes out solid. It comes out whole the other end. Yeah. Sorry, have I completely sent this stream downhill now? People are looking at that other viewer now, and they're going, "Well, actually, his comments weren't so bad after all." So no comeback on the gentleman. So anyone's got Netflix, I would actually go on to YouTube and YouTube The Gentleman, or search the Gentleman. There's quite a few clips on there.
Yeah.
But it is really good.
Yeah, I love it.
It is if you've enjoyed Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels and a Snatch.
Oh man, yeah, I love them, Phil.
I can pretty much guarantee that you will like The Gentleman then.
Oh, okay.
I did like the Snatch. That was hilarious. Especially with the I think it's, or is it Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, with the scene with the traffic warden in the van. Is it Rob?
I can't remember now.
So here's an amazing fact for all of you that I know hardly any of you watch House of Dragons. So Hightower I didn't know this, you see. Hightower in The Hand of the King in House of Dragons was played by that idiot housemate of Hugh Grant in Notting Hill. Do you remember the guy in Notting Hill? That idiot? And
Just
remember
about, yeah.
he was wearing his flippers and that because that's the only thing he had clean.
Yeah.
And he's gone from that to Hand of the King in House of Dragons, which I thought was, when someone said that, he said, oh, yeah, I'm like, what? And then everything just stopped. And I'm like, I've got to check this out. And it's true. So, Cdddp, a place to unwind and chat, football, politics, religion, masturbating turkeys, yellow poo, and more. You just don't know what you're going to get with my stream. I am so going to title your next live. Yeah, well, you know. 3799. I seem to be doing 3799 so many times.
Because you're going further down now.
I think I missed one out. And then I come across it. Do you know, I'm going to have a bit of a cough and I've got that whistle. You know, like your throat's a bit funny and you've got that whistle every time you breathe in.
Yeah. Mine gets like that every so often. When I get that, I know to get my inhaler. Yeah,
I'm exactly the same. If I get it for a while, I just take a quick puff on the inhaler and I'm usually all right. But I'm not too bad. Usually coffee. Did you know coffee has the same effect as your inhaler, but a lot more mild?
Yeah, that's why I drink a lot of it.
Yeah. I actually found that out from a guy who works with St John's Ambulance. When I was first diagnosed, when I first had asthma, I was getting up in the middle of the night, could hardly breathe, I was wheezing.
Yeah.
And by habit, I was having a cup of coffee. First thing I do when I wake up, cup of coffee. So I make a cup of coffee. I drink the coffee, and then I start to feel better. So I go back to bed, and I'm all right then.
Yeah.
And I went to see the doctor, and he put me on steroids for a week. And that sorted everything out. And I went back to the doctor for a follow-up, and he says, yeah, as suspected, you've got asthma. So I don't know how he figured that one out from steroids. But when I told that story to someone who was in St John's Ambulance, he said, yeah, it has. Obviously an inhaler is much, much more effective. But where my asthma, especially back then, wasn't as was a lot more milder, that was enough to sort it out. And I thought that was quite interesting. So there you go, guys. Coffee is good for you. It helps you breathe.
I drink. If I wake up in the night 2 or 3 times, first thing I do is get a coffee.
Yeah, it's just a habit for me. When I wake up, I need a pee and then I need a coffee.
Yeah.
And a cigarette.
Yeah, and that too.
So the desires for each actually vary. Sometimes I'll go for a wee first. There's been a lot of times actually when I've been absolutely in pain needing to go to the toilet, I've still made my cigarette first.
Yeah.
The need for the cigarette was even greater than that. So there's me doing the dance while rolling a cigarette.
Yeah.
Right, I don't think I'm going to be absolutely ages with this. I think I'm on my way to. There looks like quite a lot to do, but it's that bit there is only 2 colours, and then one of the colours in there is pretty much most of that. There's only about 4 or 5 colours. It's just that this bit there is quite confetti-ish. Once I get this bit finished, I'm probably about 5 minutes away from there. So I think we're probably looking at closing this show up within about half an hour, but we have been on for 4.5 hours.
Well, me probably under that, weren't it?
What's that?
I'd been 3 hours.
No, it's. I mean, listen. There's nothing wrong with doing a long show, if the audience are interacting. I mean, if I did this with no audience interaction, I probably would have been finished with about an hour.
Yeah.
And I hope that everyone's had a nice time today. Although I probably don't need to, I will be doing a big apology at the end of the show. Bear with me a sec. I'm just going to shove my head in the way. Sorry. You know, and sometimes you need a really good close look at a symbol.
Yeah, I get that. I do that as well sometimes.
Just a couple of symbols. Every now and again, I can't quite see it. I suppose you get it worse, don't you? Because you struggle with black writing on. Is it black writing on a light background, or is it black on white?
Black on white,
Right.
I struggle a lot with.
So, do you find the majority of these symbols are all right then?
Yeah, majority of them. If they're on the canvas, I can read them better to the paper.
So I know we said no talk about medical conditions, but although I'm making a guess here, right? You may not be able to read some words because the letters are dancing about all over the place.
Yeah.
But if you had two symbols the same, can you understand that they're the same and they're not different?
I'll get them confused to which symbol it is, and I'll end up putting the wrong colour on.
Right, but it's like, right, I can see that that's a hashtag. You can't, because it's too far away. Now, whether I understand what a hashtag is or not, I can see that that is the same symbol as that. Right?
Yeah.
And then obviously I can work out that that's 823. Now, if I couldn't read the numbers, what I would probably do is I would cut those symbols out with the help of someone, and then perhaps with, I don't know, something temporary but sticky, like, for example, this PVA glue that came from Smith's Beads. And if you enter the code penny15, you'll get 15% off. No plugs there at all. So I could cut that symbol out and stick it onto there. So then I wouldn't necessarily be able to read that number, but I could see that that symbol is that one.
Yeah.
Is that logical what I've said there, or am I talking out of my behind?
Well, it's logical, but getting a dyslexia person to understand it that way is a lot harder.
Right. Which is probably, I have probably just made a stupid statement, because you have said that each person's dyslexia is individual to them.
At different levels. So
Right.
mine's at the quite a high level, because I've got the learning difficulties in there.
Unfortunately, all you can really do is just find your way of coping and cope in that way.
And usually it's working off the canvas, because obviously the codes are in the coloured behind, but the only ones I struggle with is usually the light coloured ones. I'll struggle to which code that is.
Yeah.
The DMC code. I will struggle with the paper. I have to really look hard on that, because all the numbers it goes into like a big blob. So it's strainful.
So
I do get there.
I'm not going to acknowledge Smith's Beads on this next comment. So Mike says 4 hours, not long then.
I did about 3.5, because I managed to get it at 20 to 3, somewhere like that, didn't I?
Well, can I just tell you that the last 3.5 hours has been a lot better than the first hour. Not saying the first hour was good or bad, but I do think you add an awful lot to this stream.
Well, I try to.
Well, you don't even need to try to, Natasha. It's the fact that you yourself, well, Pencil Surprises have said it as well. We are ourselves.
Well, I'm not going to be anyone I'm not. So.
Oh no, but some people do try though, don't they?
Yeah,
I think that's where
take me or leave it type thing. That's what I do.
Yeah, as long as we listen to our viewers, and I'll never make this stream something that I don't enjoy doing. But obviously, if there's something that I pick up on something that someone particularly likes, I'll focus on that. But as I say, I will never do. If you tell me to do something I don't particularly enjoy doing, I won't, because it's not really any point in me doing it. Then, is there?
No.
You need to go and find a streamer that will do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I say we're after the chit chat more than anything, aren't we?
Well, yeah, it makes it more better.
Yeah, more betterer.
Betterer. That's what I normally say. Betterer.
Tell you come from Norfolk, can't we?
Yeah, betterer.
Betterer. More betterer.
Yeah, more betterer.
Yeah. It just gets better and betterer. Sorry. I take the mickey out of you because I know I can.
It's all right. I'll give it back, so don't worry.
That's fine. If you can't take it, don't give it.
Exactly.
Teresa says whole stream has been brilliant. Yeah, I totally agree. Even the bad bits has been okay, haven't they? They haven't outweighed.
Yeah, no one's really fallen out. It's just I don't like talking about someone that's not here.
Yeah, that's the main issue, really, because in an ideal world, a person affected would be able to saying that, don't stop me from talking about people behind their backs. Mind you, I say to people at work, I won't say anything behind your back that I won't say to your face.
Yeah.
And if you hear that I've said something behind your back and I haven't said it to your face, it's because I've not had the chance to say it to your face yet.
Yeah.
So if I don't know, say I say something to Teresa about you, and then she goes, "Oh, Penny said this," and then you come up to me and go, "What's this I heard you said?" So I go, "Yeah, and your problem?"
Yeah, and
your point?
My normal reply is takes one to know one. Depending on what it is.
Smith B says Cdddp as yet untitled. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I couldn't. Do you know what? I couldn't think of a title, so I didn't even bother. Even the description, I put Cdddp 180922. I always put the number as the date.
Yeah.
And then I think for the description, I just hit 3 or 4 keys on the keyboard at random. Alan, oh yes, I've watched that. That's pretty good. Have you seen the Alan Davis as yet untitled show?
No.
It's pretty much the same format as this. They just sit there and talk, and you don't know what they're going to talk about, and then they come up with a title based on what they've discussed. So the title of today, well, what do you think the title of today's show would be then?
Oh God. Don't leave that one to Mike, because he'll probably think masturbating turkeys.
Catch the Budgie 22. Feed the Budgie 22. Maybe we should have a little bit of a theme. We'll discuss the title of this show, but we'll use that as the next show title. And then on the next show, we'll discuss the title of the next one based on what we talk about.
Yeah.
Does that sound all right?
Yeah, everything and anything.
So what is the title of the next show based on this one? Anyone come up with any suggestions? I like mine. Feed the Budgie 22.
Natasha, you're in my head. I always like being in your head, Mike.
Oh. Do you know what? It's almost the way we're going. It's almost watershed. I said V was cooking some beans today.
Yeah.
And this is really, really naughty of me. He said, actually, what I was thinking about doing was just ask you, can you just keep, because what he done was he obviously wanted to cook them a bit longer, but he had to go. So he put them in a slow cooker, put the slow cooker on, it didn't work. I said, yes, because you need to plug it in. Right. We've got a few things in the corner of the kitchen where we ain't got enough plug sockets. So we just, obviously anything that warrants being plugged in permanently, like the microwave, kettle, stuff like that, that's plugged in. But things like the food blender or the slow cooker, they all share the plug socket. And currently the toaster is plugged into the wall socket. And I said, yeah, you need to change the plug. But he said he was going to ask me to look after his beans. And I said, yeah, I'll keep an eye on your beans, but I won't flick them. And he did not understand what I meant, and I didn't explain either. And if it's one of, yeah, I can see from your reaction. But I absolutely flat right refuse to explain to anyone what that means. Tasha, you in my head. Next show would be banned if titled from this. No, it's not that bad, is it? There you go. So that's my suggestion then. Next show, not banned yet.
Not banned yet.
Yeah. As yet unbanned. As yet not banned. Said the horse. Oh, confetti-ish is not my favourite thing. You know, when you just tipping drills out just to do 2 or 3.
Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
It's all right. I mean, it all makes up part of the picture, right? I've got a real drill popping problem here. I've pushed these drills in a few times. And they're popping out again. That's actually not really that good. I want your one, Natasha. It's a hard plastic one.
The hard plastic one?
Yeah, because that rubbery one, it just rubs over the surface.
eBay.
What would that roll over it, would it?
Oh, that's where I got this
the other day, I ordered those little thumb guard things. They arrived.
Yeah.
But they're not actually any good. But give me a sec. I'll go and find. Yeah, that's what I want.
One. There you go.
That hard plastic one.
Gave you a second. It's gone.
So these thumb guardy things I got, they're all right for, I guess, if you're doing like, well, maybe not even needlework, but you get a large one, 2 medium, 2 small. Right. Obviously, this isn't my thumb, but where the rubbing is there. These only come up to there. So I did try cutting the end off so that I could pull that right up.
Yeah.
But it's like, you see the colour of my finger?
Yeah.
So it's just too tight for it. So I think I'm just going to go with the old-fashioned sticky plaster on it. There you go. You can just say, you can tell which size they are. Look, small one fits in the medium one. Oh, that might be the large. No, maybe not. But no, I did give it a try, and it was a good luck. I can't get the finger in there. Right. So it only covers the fingertip, but as you can see, that it rubs there.
Yeah.
Not quite tall enough. So I might go through my messages and have a look at the Amazon one, but I think it's just going to be just as easy to get some sticky plasters or a little bit of lint and just get some micropore and just cover it. But I've had after I had a couple of days rest.
That's why I use that. It's so much easier for me where I don't get sore.
Don't fit on this, does it? Unless, mate,
I don't know. You could try it. You could probably force it.
I've had an idea because I'm wondering if I think I've got one in here, haven't I?
Probably could force it down there.
That's going to be our job. If I could get something, you know, if it can come down there and then just give a little tiny bit of a gap there, because that's so it'll sit like that. But that's not going to go on. That's pushing it. The only way I'll get that on is to cut it and then glue it on, but that's not going to come down the thin end, look. So now I think I'll just get some sticky plasters and pop one on my finger. Do I get the nice well, I've got three choices. I can get the kiddies Mr. Men ones, and we can have a different Mr. Man character every stream, or I can get the flesh coloured ones, what we won't notice too much, or I can get the good old fashioned food blue ones. And every stream there'll be someone new come on and go, what are you wearing a plaster for? Then I can say, oh, I'll cut my finger, it's the only thing holding my fingertip on. If I take the plaster off, the fingertip will fall off.
Oh man, I could just imagine you saying that and all.
Oh. Yeah, well, you know me, I'll wind anyone up. Slice it. Things like the finger guards are never long enough. I have the same trouble with some of the metal things. I have to check and always still end up with sore fingers. Yeah. I think this is going to be one of these things that's trial and error. I'll probably try about 10 different things before I finally settle on something. And then what I actually settle on will be something really weird and unusual that won't work for someone else. You know, but you know, I appreciate it. Pencil Surprises gave me that suggestion. I know she gave me the Amazon link, which I took, but I bought it off at eBay, and I said I've lost a lot of faith in eBay, and I ordered it and paid for it immediately, and it came right at the beginning of the date range for the expected delivery. I think it said something, it'll come somewhere between Friday and Monday.
Do you want to take the screen a minute?
Yeah.
And I'll look for this link for you.
Okay. So yeah, they said like it'll come, I don't know, somewhere between Friday and Wednesday. And it came on the Friday. So I really cannot complain. It was a really good eBay seller. And it reminds me, I need to leave feedback on that one. Because oops, I do like to leave. Well, actually I'm a bit funny with eBay feedback.
I don't always leave feedback, so I can't be bothered.
I leave feedback if the seller leaves feedback first. Yeah. Now that sounds like I'm a feedback hijacker, but I'm not. Let me explain my theory on that. My job as the buyer is to pay for the goods. Yeah. So the second I've paid for the goods, my job is complete. Your job as the seller is to make sure those goods come to me in as good a condition as possible. Right? So my job's finished before yours. So you should theoretically be leaving feedback for me before I leave feedback for you. Now, if you don't leave feedback for me before I've received the goods, I can make the assumption that you are just waiting for my feedback so you can leave feedback based on my feedback. So if I leave a negative feedback, you will then leave negative feedback for me, even though I've done nothing to warrant that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you leaving feedback will make no difference to my feedback. If you think, for example, I'm a slow payer and you give me negative feedback and you send me the goods in absolutely perfect condition, you will get positive feedback from me. But I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to leave feedback for you to base your feedback on me based on the feedback I've left you, because that's not what feedback is for. And I've just over-explained that one and made it very confusing. Someone's just sent me something which I assume is you, Natasha.
Yeah, me.
It is. So I think what you've just sent me there. Oh, yes. Yes. Do you know what?
But you never know which colour you're going to get.
Well, yeah, it's... I mean, I'm not happy with the yellow and green one. I mean, that's a bit Norwich City colour, isn't it? And let's face it, we haven't mentioned football today. Sellers can only leave positive feed. Can they really?
Yep.
Well, if you had a dodgy buyer, you couldn't leave negative feedback. Isn't the feedback system supposed to warn you or rate the person that you're dealing with? So, you know, it's like, for example, I've left neutral feedback because the goods have been very good, but perhaps it's been slow delivery, had problems, you know, that wasn't external forces. And I know if they don't have 100% feedback, 100% positive feedback, it really affects them as a seller. Doesn't it affect their fees and everything? Which is a little bit dodgy, I think, because let's say, I don't know, I've ordered from Smith's Beads in the past and I don't know, I've tried to pull a fast one, and Mike, being smart, has not having anything to do with it. So I'm a little bit upset because I've tried to con them out of free goods, and Mike's smarter than me. So then I can order something from them on eBay, and then I can purposely leave negative feedback, even though they've done nothing wrong. I mean, that's a lot of effort to go for vendetta, but, you know, it's doable, isn't it? Unless maybe you'd need quite a bit of negative feedback for it to affect your fees. I mean, could one person affect your business and your fees? I know, I think as Teresa has said before, eBay is quite problematic for them. And I know they have this little system of they believe that the buyer is always believed over the seller.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not always correct.
No, it's not. But it's, you know, it's like the Amazon thing. You know, if I've conned Amazon a couple of times, not like for thousands and millions, but, you know, I've had goods where I've just jumped and go, well, I haven't got them. You know, the courier has marked it as handed to resident, and I've said, oh, it's not been handed to resident. And then I found the item and not bothered returning it. Whereas the correct thing, you know, I've been a bit naughty before. I won't say I'm bad. You know, I'm not like a big, you know, Guy Ritchie isn't going to be making a film about me. So, right. It is totally unfair for the seller. However, oh, who's this? Yeah, right. I'm going to be totally fair. On the whole, I think every is totally naff. I have developed ways around it. If I know, I mean, thankfully for me, my work allows me to have parcels sent to work. And there's always someone there between 4 a.m. and midnight. And as I spend more days a week at work than I do at home, it's a bit of a sensible option for me to use that. Now, the guy I work with, my co-driver, his wife is a every driver courier, and the stories he tells me, I can tell that she's a really nice, good courier. and she has a regular patch and she gets on with everyone. She knows a lot of people, and it sounds to me like she is a good courier. And the guy I had when I lived in Newport, I couldn't sing his praises enough. Now, my favourite courier company is DPD, and I would
don't
say
mind them either because they are pretty okay for me. DPD.
yes. But the reason I like DPD is you can change things on the fly. So if you have, first of all, you get a notification to say, oh, your parcel's coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh shit, I'm going to be at work tomorrow. Quick, let's change the delivery day there and then while the parcel's on the courier's van. Then on the day, your parcel will be delivered between 12:30 and 1:30. Oh fuck! I'm having my hair cut. You know, things happen on the day, don't they?
Yeah.
You plan to be in all day. No worries. We'll go on the app. I authorize you to leave in a safe place. Fantastic. So what I do is I'll arrange a safe place, usually my plant pot or something. Brilliant. Or I can have it sent to my Morrison's or something like that and collect it from there. But I would say the Every Driver from Newport area is probably the best courier I've ever come across. And by the nature of humans, we have a problem with a driver and we complain. How many people out of all of us, and there's only 7 of us, right? But of all the 7 people, who here goes on to Facebook and plasters it all over Facebook about how good your courier? Bloody hell! Royal Mail turned up. What a fantastic delivery! Or Yodel turned up. It was a most spectacular delivery. We don't, do we?
No, I
so
don't.
we read more about the bad couriers than we do about the good ones. And it's probably fair to say that there is more bad Every Drivers than there are, say, Yodel or... And also don't forget that some couriers only deliver certain stuff. Like DHL, they don't touch the low value parcels. I think it's Every and Yodel and now DPD Local, they deal with the minions like me who wants to send a parcel down to the collection shop. So, it's the type of people they're dealing with. Businesses that are sending out 1,000 parcels a day, they don't deal with Every and stuff like that. They deal with companies like DHL.
Yeah.
So, and all that happens is if one of their parcels go missing, and out of 1,000 parcels, 1 or 2 of them will. And the customer will ring up the company and go, I haven't received my parcel. Oh, sorry about that. We'll send another one out. So I'm not saying Every are good, but I'm saying that they've got far more opportunities to be rated as a bad courier than other companies because of I'm going to offend people now, but it's going to make a point. So Flixbus, who I drive for, we are the cheaper end of the travel market. And as a result, we get the poorer people, the people with certain attitudes.
Be right back.
If you had money, you'd get a train. Would you? If you had plenty of money, would you really spend 9 hours on a coach overnight when you could spend a couple of £100 and travel by train? And it takes a few hours and it's a bit more luxurious. So we tend to get the more. Not everyone. A lot of our customers are lovely. Some of our customers choose our service because they love the service and they love our drivers. But yeah, that's my viewpoint on it. It's if it's proven that the buyer is wrong by the seller, then eBay will go in the seller's favor. Yeah, but it's getting the proof, isn't it? Yeah, see, now I had an incident where I felt quite bad. I had an order on Just Eat, and I thought I didn't get, I think it was a dessert order, and I think I'd ordered something and 2 scoops of ice cream, and I thought I only got the one. And so I went straight on to Just Eat, and I said, I'm missing stuff. I got my whole order refunded, and then when I opened the tub, I noticed they put the 2 scoops in one container. So, and I feel quite bad for that, mainly because if you look at it from a Just Eat point of view, they're not going to miss one order. But you got to remember that I'm ordering from some hardworking guy who's totally relying on my business to put food on his kid's plate. And I did feel bad about that. I mean, not bad enough that I went to the shop and said, look, I accidentally ripped you off. Here's the money for my order. But Just Eat, apparently people have been complaining about this. Just Eat will not investigate. They just go straight in and refund. And the restaurant has absolutely no say in it. It's if Just Eat has decided they're going to give a refund, then that's the restaurant loses out. And you could play on that if you were that way inclined. And that's, I mean, if you've got a genuine complaint, fair enough, you should be fairly compensated. But, you know, if you're just playing the system, you should be found out in court and strung up by your short and curlies and made an example of. Yodel is not the best, in my opinion, but same reasons for every the type of parcel that they deal with. They're setting themselves up. But I'm told that their worst problem is most of these couriers that you see, they only get parcels up to a certain size. Are you still with us, Natasha? No, she's gone, look. It's the No Natasha Show. There we are. Yeah, she says that she gets paid like 25p for a small parcel, and then she gets like £1.25 for a large parcel, and then up to a certain size, she's not anything over a certain size, she can't deliver it. And this is all rated and categorized at their office in Birmingham, and she gets so many large parcels that have been marked as small package and vice versa. And all she can do is just chuck them back. And I wouldn't disagree with that. I know you want your parcel, but at the same time, shouldn't that courier get a fair wage for the delivery? You know, should they be paid 25 pence for a parcel that they're breaking their back to drag up your garden path? So, but Yodel, I worked for them for about a day and a half, and then I told them to shove their job because they were having me go out at like 25 pence a delivery. You don't get paid if the customer's not in, and you got to pay for your own fuel as well. And the round that they gave me, I couldn't really make more than about 30 deliveries a day. Are you back, Natasha?
Yep.
Okay, I did do the try and embarrass you, but so I'm mischief managed. I was missing a hash brown, and Just Eat refunded me the whole meal. Not often, but sometimes I like to say the food is cold and I get a refund. I don't do it often as they would ban me. Yeah, I'm not going to approve of your action there. I personally think that if you were missing a hash brown, you should be refunded the hash browns or offered you a choice of having a replacement meal. Personally, but then I don't work in the fast food trade, and after Just Eat has got their hands on the deliveries, I'm probably glad I don't work in the fast food industry. Unfortunately, part of the reason I don't like fast food shops working at them is they do attract a nasty drunk crowd, don't they?
Yeah.
And that's what I can't deal with. So, right, guys, I am not too far from finished for the day, and I almost managed to do it in 5 hours. See, my terrible audience today has been so talkative and so conversational that I've just not been able to progress as quickly as I'd like. Terrible, isn't it? Right, I can hear my lodger washing up, which means I'll be doing it all again tonight with hot water and soap suds. I did tell him off I didn't tell him off, but he has this habit of, I think I mentioned it to you. I mentioned it to someone anyway. He has this habit of he chucks his dirty plates in the sink or in the bowl. And then when you go to wash up, the first thing you got to do is take all of his dishes out of the sink just so you can put the hot water in and suds and just to put them back in again. And I say, please pile your dishes on the side. And I'm waiting for him to say, well, what if there's no room on the side? Then I can say, well, you've taken too long washing your stuff up then, haven't you? But unfortunately, a lot of the things that I might tell him off for, I don't tell him off because I'm as guilty myself. I mean, he might leave the washing up for 3 or 4 days. Well, sometimes I leave it all week. So, right, did you miss? Yeah, you missed. Are you a good anti-troll then, Mischief Managed? Because I do like good anti-trolls. Not nice being a bully to someone with autism. Have you just caught up with the comments now, have you?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just going to steal the screen for a second.
Go for it.
So, although I've only done a little bit, I think it's a good little bit, isn't it? I've done, this bit and a couple of these squares. That is really coming along. Can you see all the reflection? You get a better view than me. Like I say, I'm seeing this quite close. This is about 2 foot from the diamond painting, so it's probably about the equivalent of me looking at it from about 8 foot. But you can now see, can you see the reflection of the buildings? Yes, Penny, I can.
Yeah, I'm watching on a big screen.
Okay, so yeah, you can see like the reflection of the buildings. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. I don't think that this would ever become a commercial. No one's ever going to buy this off me and go, "Can I use that diamond painting picture?" But I do like that, and I said about your diamond painting has surprises in it. Well, without even knowing it, mine does too.
True.
And here's something else. Did you enjoy that wing mirror?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that wing mirror?
I don't think I was there to watch that one.
No, but look, do you like that wing mirror?
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, there's another wing mirror there. You weren't expecting that one, were you? There's actually 3 wing mirrors on our buses.
Bloody hell.
There's that one, and there's that one, and then there's that one. That one is the same as that, as in it sticks out, but it's obviously from the angle.
It's
so
the angle
let's see, because I know, I think it was either Mike or Teresa had made a comment. They were a bit worried about the number plate because of the angle. I don't know if you'll be able to see, but does that now look okay? Can you see it? The bus is at sort of this angle, which makes that number plate okay. It's the angle of perspective.
Yeah.
So it's not on its own. It looks a bit skew-whiff.
Yeah.
There's a drill fell out there, but if you see the context of it, it's like I'm waiting for this bit now, but I'm waiting for all the surprises there. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm really liking this. And it's just the more I do it, the more I enjoy it.
Yeah, that's what I'm like with mine. See, it's bank holiday for me tomorrow, so I'm not going to be doing much. But
yeah,
this,
well, I'd love to say I'll stream again tomorrow, but I think I don't think I made the wrong decision to not stream tomorrow. Oh, got me on my own now. I don't think I made the wrong decision to stream, but to not stream. So you know what I meant. I think I could. I won't necessarily be told I've done the right thing, but if I did stream, I might be told I've done the wrong thing, and then that just cause issues. But so what's everyone doing? Is everyone watching the funeral tomorrow? Is anyone actually bothered? I will just stress now, no bad comments about that. If you're not into the
I'm not sure if I'm going to be or not. I don't know.
Well, I've got
I might
this really,
dabble into it and dabble out of it type thing.
I might. Well, actually, at the moment, I've got a good excuse to not watch it. I can't. I'm having a tidy up in my living room. I cannot find my TV remote anywhere. I can switch the PlayStation on and off. I can switch the cable on and off. I cannot switch the actual TV on and off. And there isn't a button on the side of the TV. So I'm a bit buggered in that sense. But I can't
You can actually watch it on YouTube.
Oh, no, right. So, question. I don't know if anyone can answer this. I don't know if anyone's heard. So, I don't have a TV license. The reason I don't have a TV license is because I do not watch any live as broadcast television. The cable TV that I've got, it was part of the broadband package, and it's like £1 extra to what are you laughing at?
Comment.
Yeah, okay. If you can find that, don't share with us. So yeah, so it costs like a couple of quid extra to have the TV. It's all part of the package, and it gives me access to catch up TV. So just in case anyone's thinking about reporting me, you are
no, because you are allowed to watch. I watch box sets and all that.
Yeah,
I do not need a TV license for them.
no, you cannot watch as it's broadcast on any channel.
No.
And you cannot watch catch-up TV on BBC iPlayer.
No.
Although, this is funny, I can watch catch-up TV on UK TV, which is a channel that's owned by the BBC.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yes. Did you know your license payer money goes into commercial ventures?
Mm-hmm.
Programs which aren't shown on BBC are actually put onto things like Dave and UK TV, which are sold to make money, which then that money isn't put back into the BBC. That's one of the reasons why I don't have a TV license. But
well, no bugger can report this.
I'm hearing a rumour that tomorrow only you will be able to watch the Queen's funeral without a TV license.
Quite possibly.
I'm not going to comment on that because I don't want someone to get... Oh. I'm going to... Right. Mischief, your comment has come up as held for review. I'm going to hide it because the usage of a certain word too many times is kind of pushing a little bit on the not sure stage. So I don't want to say you can watch it without a TV license, because if you then have a TV license man come round and you go, oh, Penny told me I could, and then, you know, I don't want the hassle. So but I probably won't watch anyway. I'll probably watch highlights on catch up TV or something.
That's
So
probably more likely what I would do, yeah.
I'll probably end up doing so. I mean, because I'm not streaming tomorrow, I've actually got an opportunity to do some washing and some cleaning. It's a strange thing. Tidying my house. I'm
going to say no comment.
Yeah, it's probably best, that one, isn't it? So, right. So, on the whole, it's been an absolutely fantastic stream, and I want to thank everybody who's taken part. I do apologize about certain areas of the stream, but I like to think that today's stream has been more good than not so good.
Fun.
I can't remember when I'm next streaming, but I know it's going to be more than a week away. Penny has rolled her sleeves up. Look out, turkeys. I don't like bottoms of my arms covered. I do this is what I do when I'm driving. I can't wear jumpers. So what will happen is I'll pull, because it's more comfortable to wear, you know, if I'm cold, I'll pull that down. And then it kind of, especially this is quite baggy. So then they'll start getting in the way. So they'll start rolling them up. And then my arms will get cold. So I'll start pulling them down. And it's that's how I get to the point I don't even know I'm doing it. But I do that when I'm driving the bus. If I've got a jumper on, I'll push the sleeves up. But if I'm wearing my coat or my sexy Flixbus jacket in lime green, I don't try and pull the sleeves up. So
always the way.
So right. So I'm gonna come to see if we can actually finish this by 5 hours 20 and 30 minutes. We've got 3 minutes left. Right. So guys, thank you very much for watching. I place no importance on people watching over people who comment, but obviously thank you as well for the people who have contributed by commenting. Thank you to the people who have kept that watch count up. You've kept with 7 viewers all the way up to 5.5 hours. That's you, Natasha. They've come to see you.
Nah, they've come to see both of us.
They're coming to see you. They're waiting for the announcement that you are actually going to start broadcasting on YouTube. That's what it is, isn't it? So lots of encouraging comments about various subjects, and
you never know. One day when I feel comfortable.
Yeah, don't let us push you into anything you're not feeling comfortable about. So Teresa summed it up perfectly. Been fun again. It's the use of the word again as well. So both of you, not just one. Yeah, that's what I'd say. Although, you know, I'd give a lot of credit. I do think Natasha adds an awful lot to my streams. I'm not just saying that just because I wanted to stream with me next time.
Yeah, you are.
No, she does genuinely bring something that I can't bring to the stream.
Oh, it's like anyone though. You probably bring something in that I can't bring in.
Yeah.
It's a
well, I wasn't going to blow me on trumpet, but yeah.
Well, I'll blow it for you then, like you're trying to blow mine, innit?
I'll blow yours then. You blow yours. You blow mine. I'll blow yours. No,
that sounds so
out
wrong.
Of context,
that's out of context. That.
Oh my god. So it's just a little sound bite I had. Actually, I wonder if I've still got all those other sound bites.
No idea.
No, I haven't. I got rid of them all. I had a load of I had a little load of sound bites. So that one I just played, that was a bit of a naughty one. Right. So my next stream is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next Monday, because I'm on for 6 days. And then I think I'm off for 2 days, I think. I haven't got my phone to hand, so I can't tell you for certain, but I will put. Trouble is, I can't make a show. I can't schedule a show for more than 7 days in advance. I can for YouTube, but it won't allow me for Facebook. So I have to do it with 7 days to go. So I'll try and set the next show up tomorrow. But I'll be absolutely honest with you. I could sit here and say, oh, I'll set it up sometime during the week. But the nature of my job and the length that I work, obviously each day that I work, I'm away for 2 days. When I come home, I'll probably go straight to bed, and then I'll get up in the morning, boom, straight to work. Don't even switch the computer on. Will you stream from the bus? Now, that actually is a good question. I am thinking of 9 hours of stream watching the roads. That's pushing it too much, isn't it? Would people actually watch that? But I don't think it's a good idea, because it's funny, like, so this is my routine when we work. Each drive is divided roughly into 3. What you drive on the way down, your partner will drive coming back. And the way we work it is that one person does the majority of the driving going down, and then they do next to nothing coming back. Obviously, they're there on standby, so if a customer comes down with a query, they talk to the person who's not driving. We did agree at the beginning that we'll take it in turns and we'll rotate loading people up and loading luggage up. But I think it's just got to the point where we just do whatever we do, because that's what we've done. I can load up passengers really quick. He's a lot stronger than me, so he can load up the luggage. And if he loads the luggage up at one stop and then I load the luggage at the next stop, I don't know where he's put bits of luggage. So you'll get Manchester there and Birmingham there, and then we'll get to Birmingham, someone can't find their luggage, but it's been buried underneath a load of London. And so we tend to sort of stick to the same job. Now, I do most of the driving going down, so I'll do about 4 hours drive. And if we're doing the N30, which goes through Manchester and Birmingham, I'll do about 4 hours, and we get to Manchester. Then is it Manchester first, or was it Birmingham? And then Manchester first. Then we switch drivers. But that first bit, there tends to be quite a lot of chat between us. Talking crap, just 2 people like me and you would. How's the dog? How's the dog always comes up, because he's got this lovely dog. And obviously I ain't seen him for 10 days, so we'll have a lot of chat. Then we switch over. It's about 2.5 hours of him driving. So I'll try and shut my eyes, so I've got a little bit of a rest just to get me into that last bit of London. When we change over, there tends to be not too much chat, because he's starting to nod off because it's been a long day. And then when we come back, he's doing most of the driving back. It's quite a lot of serious stuff going on. I'm looking at Google Maps. I'm looking for roadworks, traffic congestion, anything like that. Instead of like we come up the M1, but one thing we're always looking at is, what are you smiling at?
Don't go on the M6, isn't it?
Well, we don't have a lot of choice when we do Birmingham to Manchester.
Right.
But on a nighttime service, it don't make a lot of difference. But
no.
There's a lot of overnight roadworks, so sometimes it pays us to come up the M40 rather than the M1.
Yeah.
Or the M. There's a different M as well. I don't know what it is. So we're looking at ways, the best route back, and are we going to get any delays, and this, that, and the other. And then, as we're coming towards, say, Birmingham, maybe an hour away, I'll shut my eyes just to get me through that 2 hours of driving. And then, but it becomes very subdued round about sort of 2 or 3 in the morning. There's not so much chit chat going on. We're a little bit more tired. and we're resting, and then also he's having his lunch. And I'm having my lunch. Well, my lunch tends to be a bit liquid. I have those meal replacement shakes. So I have 2 on the way down and 1 on the way up, because I'm doing 2 bits of driving going down and 1 coming up. So really, I think that is actually quite boring to watch as a viewer. But what I did... Lighters pack. Hopefully I've still got my spare lighters. My lighters all migrate.
Yeah, mine do.
Oh yeah.
In other people's pockets usually.
And then what happens is they might say, for example, work their way to the bedroom, or they work their way to the car or the kitchen, and they work their way back. And
yeah.
So but yeah, I was thinking about doing like a day in the life of a Flixbus driver video. But doing the filming in such a way that it's not going to get in the way of us actually doing the job is quite tricky. So that's good. I can actually see you taking your or doing something twice. Oh, you're getting up. I thought you were taking your top off or something. Jumper, I meant, not like take your top off. You're not now going for a wee, are you?
No, I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, it's kitchen. Well, it's a nice kitchen.
No.
I ain't seen your kitchen.
It's a little bit messy.
No, it's absolutely tight. I'm looking more at the state of it in general. That's quite nice kitchen. Is that quite new? Oh, that's a big old pile of drying up there, isn't it?
Yeah,
I've said this to you before.
The cups I usually use.
Yeah, I did say this before, that if you ever take me into a room, I'm looking at the background like that big pile of stuff just behind you now. And wherever you take me, I'm looking at everything. I'm that kind of person.
I'm just one of them.
What's that? There are some that would like to see rivers, streams. Driving streams. Yes, my friend, I got a bit jealous actually. He recorded himself when I was with Whippets working out at Leicester. We used to have to drive between Leeds and Bradford to do the refueling, and he actually, when he took over from me, he did record himself and then played the whole thing back quick. And it was really nice, actually. And because obviously I knew where he was at any time, because that was the same route I used to take. And a little bit of background music. And it was really nice. And he put the camera on the back of the cab just behind him, so you could see the top of his head, the dashboard, and the road ahead. And it was a really nice video, actually. So, but yeah, it's something I'm going to look into and see what I can do. Might maybe just be better if I got one of those body cams.
Yeah, could be.
All the time.
You can hide that a bit. You ain't got to talk much.
No, it's doing it so that it doesn't get in the way.
Yeah.
If maybe if I can book some customers on, but not have their heads in shot.
Yeah.
Obviously, then I've got to start asking permissions and stuff like that. So anyway, guys, look, I've been on for not long till it's 6 hours. So it has been a wonderful stream on the whole. And I have thoroughly enjoyed it. And now I can't wait for the next stream. So it just leaves me to say goodbye. And I'm going to let Natasha say goodbye.
Thank you, everyone, for joining, and I'll hopefully see you on the next live. Be safe out there.
Don't forget, I'm going to have to get that as a clip. Hey, let's be careful out there.
Yeah.
Right.
If you can't be careful, be good.
Yeah, if you can't be, yes. No, if you can't be good, be careful.
No, I'll say it back.
No, you want it the wrong way round. If you can't,
I like it the wrong way around. It sounds better.
Well, okay. I'm not. Maybe that says something about your character. Right, guys. So Mischief has said when will Natasha be streaming, but she's not really going to. We're trying to push her into streaming, but it'll come when she's comfortable.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to end the show then. 25-second outro. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you in the next stream.
Bye.